Hello, hello, hello. Is that audible enough? Too audible? I can make myself shorter. Sorry. Let me, Am I heard? There you go. Hello, okay, hi. My name is Sean Blagsvet. This is the talk on open source AI recipes, not with the undergraduates. We've been doing a bunch of stuff with various governments, not necessarily in America, and then, have a belief of, if we can turn all of this work into really open source assets, that is good for the world, and hopefully I'll convince you by the end of this that that's true. So today's talk is going to be about, the normal stuff that I feel like we're all into right now, which is the terrifying, amazing future, a little story of farm bots in the agricultural space, some of the lessons that we think are relevant from open source as it applies to this, and then, what we think then is the implied strategy and architecture, and then finally a call for us to share. So that's the flow, and we'll get into it. Before we start, everybody wants to know who the hell is this person talking to them. My name is Sean. I grew up in California. I spent many years at Microsoft as a PM in Office and Windows. I then moved out to India in 2004 as the third guy that started the Microsoft Research Lab in India. I got the patent in machine translation in instant messaging back in 2004. I've been very into essentially, chat versus earlier SMS as the metaphor, which has been dominant in India for a really long time. I then had a job site focused on informal sector labor for 11 years that became the largest one in India, about 10 million users. And then, did some other stints at Adara and Marco Polo, did a little bit of the internet policy space at the White House. And so that's me as the background. And so, but in terms of where we are now, we have this belief that obviously every organization and every thinking job is going to use AI. These things are explosive. I don't have to tell you this. And then, but the part that, is an often repeated refrain, which is that obviously everybody that's going to use AI will replace everybody that doesn't. And the stat that really blew my mind that I heard this morning on my favorite podcast, which is AI Explained, if you haven't subscribed to it, was by the end of next year, we think there's going to be 100 times more compute in the world than there is today. By the end of 6 months from now, there'll be 10 times more compute than there is today. And so there is really this, I feel like we're at the beginning of the acceleration toward this singularity. And that is a weird moment to be in technology. Because essentially our belief is all of our jobs as thinking people is going to be that of a prompt writer or an API stitcher. Right? Can we cajole the AIs to basically create useful artifacts on our behalf? And probably the way that we differentiate ourselves among that is to hook it up into some other API that's not obvious. Be it our personal data, be it public data, be it another API out there. And so if that's the job for most thinking people, then it implies a bunch of different questions that I think everybody's going to have to ask, which is, how do I find what's working in my field? Can I fork that? How do I keep up with all of the other innovations in every other organization and every other worker that's happening? So this discovery piece, I think, matters a lot. Two, there's this constant pace of change, which is every industry is collapsing into this one. If you look at the folks that are trying to figure out where's the next place to do oil drilling, they're building the fine-tuned LLM model that's sort of just like we do next word prediction, they're doing next oil drill prediction. If you look at pharmaceuticals, it's a generative AI problem. If you look at finance, it's a generative AI problem. And so there's this huge collapsing that's happening here, and then you end up with basically tech risk, which is I want to take advantage of the latest stuff from OpenAI, but I'm afraid of Microsoft, and the open source ecosystem also has a bunch of amazing things, and Gemini has a bunch of amazing things. And so there's this question of how do you keep up and build a platform really that is future-proof, such that every innovation that's coming out, and as all of these fields are collapsing into one, benefits you and benefits the stuff that you're trying to build. And then finally, as you're doing this, as you're sort of constantly swapping out these components, how do you do analysis and evaluation to say, is this change worth making? I think this is going to be the problem of most organizations and most people as these fields collapse and there's this sort of constant inheritance of code and AI that we're all building on top of. So, to make this concrete, I'll tell you a story that started at this point 15 months ago of a collaboration that we've been doing with an organization called Digital Green. Digital Green has been operating as an NGO in India and Africa for the last 20 years. And they had an incredible insight, and it was started by a colleague of mine out of Microsoft Research India back in 2005. And they had this incredible insight, which is if you can film farmers telling them, basically explaining what they figured out as best practices in one place, and you literally just film that and package it as a small video, and you take that to other adjacent farmers who speak the same language and are growing the same crops 10 miles away. It is the most effective way that they've ever discovered to convince a farmer to change their behavior, right? More effective than any other government expert coming in and saying, you should do this, this, and this. So they've done this for the last 20 years. They've got 100 million YouTube hits. They have 10,000 videos. And so, and they've scaled, right? They've received 5 large, Gates Foundation grants. They have 400 people. They're a big organization. They work with 10 different states in India, the government of Nigeria, the government of Ethiopia. And so we came together late last year and we said, hey, you've got thousands of these fact sheets, these videos, this accumulated wisdom. Can we basically make this truly accessible to extension agents? Extension agents, you could think of them as mentors for farmers. And the goal there was, could we build a WhatsApp bot, right, that gives you vetted data, right, that gives those farmers, when they ask a question, that gives them vetted data that's editable by those experts, so it's not a hallucination. It's not what GPT-4 thinks is the right way to grow chili, which is mostly based on US documents and constantly confuses the word chili with the word capsicum, which in Indic languages is 2 totally different words, but in the lexicon of the biases of GPT-4 are actually the same thing. So you have to tease those apart. So you really want to basically use on their data, the stuff that they've collected. Can we do that with simplified links and citations? Can we do that in most Indic languages so that people can actually speak to it in local languages there and then get a piece back? And then more recently, can you also diagnose crop issues? So basically people can take a picture and ultimately determine, hey, what's wrong with my plant and how do I fix it? So we demoed this with Digital Green at the UN last April as part of the science panel there. And then to give you a sense of kind of like how does it work, right? You ask a question in text. We basically run it through, and you'll see in a second, like ASR. It does a RAG lookup. You get an answer. It can do, we've also basically hooked in the speech transcription and then translation in multiple languages. And then you get an answer back and you get citations. That's it. This is the RAG demo hooked up into WhatsApp. And then more recently, GPT-V came out and Gemini came out, and so boom, you can do some plant diagnosis as well. If you want to go play with those directly, you can scan those. I'll show you all the links at the end. And so the impact of this was pretty good, right? We've had 1,500 users. There's 35,000 messages exchanged. There's large-scale reinvestment that's happening. This is being expanded with a program called Vistar at a national level across India. Also the anecdotal feedback was really fun, that people felt more confident. The fact that they could ask questions in their own language related to their livelihoods, right? And then do that in a way that wasn't, that basically allowed them to save face. Right? As in, it's embarrassing sometimes to ask questions to your colleagues or others. And so the fact that they could do that with a bot, right, was really nice. And so this is great. Now, there's this part that, obviously, I don't know how many of you have built, right, these LLM bots, these RAG bots, but, you think like, okay, if we go back to it of like Digital Green had a bunch of documents, and then on the other side you want WhatsApp. And so if you think like, how do we think this should work? It's like, well, you would put all of that into like a vector database via RAG, right? And then you run some speech recognition stuff and you ask it into the knowledge base. And then, you basically summarize those results. This is the RAG pattern. And then, you summarize those back and then you do text to speech and you send it back. Great. But, if you build these things in practice, shit goes wrong, right? And so, the stuff that goes wrong is, well, speech recognition doesn't actually work for most low resource languages. Bhojpuri, Malawi, Twi, Chichwa, right? And so how do you solve that problem? Well, so to do that, we have to build out our own A100 cluster, run open source fine-tuned models out there, run that on enough GPU, which 6 months ago was $10,000 a month, now it's only $2,500 a month, so you can get real-time interactions and get an actual response back in under 5 seconds. All right, and then ideally, you also want to basically swap out. So you have all of the best private models. So when Whisper 3 comes out, like that one's pretty good at some of them. The Chirp GPU or the Chirp model from Google's are also good. But you're always basically stuck with how do I run all the open source models, but also run the best of these to actually get this to work. Then you have to use different models for the long audio versus short model, of course, right? Video transcripts, given that we've got a database of 1,000 videos, actually suck inside of vector DBs. So you have to do a whole synthetic data pipeline around that. Then vector DBs like long, short text. And so if you look at, like we suck in guidance from the Ministry of Agriculture in English, written 3 years ago from multiple countries. Well, those aren't well-formatted markdown, right? These are dirty, dirty PDFs with complicated tables written by not necessarily the best user experience designers. And so how do you basically get the AI to actually understand the content of those is hard. And from our perspective, we used every OCR AI piece that we could. We then did a synthetic data pipeline on top of that. We then put all of that into Google Sheets such that the local teams could edit it to basically figure out that data as well. And you have to do that, otherwise you're going to get garbage. Then, users don't ask questions, right, like the answer. So again, you need a synthetic data pipeline that's there. They dislike those tables. They have every weird document you could possibly imagine, so you need to basically have support for sucking all of those in. And then, again, there's a piece, how do normal people update this? We needed a way to basically suck directly from, the knowledge level experts. They're used to Google Docs, and so we needed to basically pull that in. Vector DBs are terrible, right, at follow-up questions, so you have to have your own kind of summarization piece that's running in front of all of these parts. They can't handle keywords and weird phrases, so again, we have to basically make our own keyword parsers that is mixed with the DB. Then, oh, by the way, speed matters tremendously. If you take 2 minutes to give somebody an answer, they don't use the product, right? And so to basically make that happen, you have to invest in these, like we do just-in-time Vespa DB indexes for every document that you can run in our system, plus we support streaming to all of the popular apps. So, and then, obviously figuring out where the hell a bug is really hard. So because there's so many levels here, it's difficult. So you need observability there. You need basically a feedback system that you build in with like up and down piece. And you need meta-analysis to say, great, what types of questions are we answering well? Are the ones around pest, can we answer well? What about the ones around chili in this particular region? Do we have a failure there? So you have to have this sense of, where am I doing things well versus not? And you need that built in as well. And then finally, you also at the end of this, you need this sense of like, well, I just made a change. Is it any better? And so you need an evaluation framework. So that's a long way of saying like, there's a lot of work. This is a 1.5 years of work, right? And so the way that it actually works obviously is way more complicated than that initial one. And so the question that we though had was like, well, what is it, if we're going to make our own work truly reusable and future-proof, how do we do that, right? And so then there's lessons that I think that are relevant from the open source world that are, that we've tried to incorporate and that I think are really relevant, which is, if I think about, the innovations or the interventions that drove innovation, right? It starts going back to like, the Royal Society and publishing of papers, right? And, the fact that the scientific community has had peer-reviewed papers for a really long time. And I feel like open source borrows from that tradition and saying, hey, if I can build on top of your work, this inheritance of what is our actual knowledge base as a society keeps getting bigger and bigger. And so and then, things like view source, things like JS Fiddle, feel to us like extensions of that, which are small innovations that allow me to see things like your prompts, right? And allow me to see what was the code that made this interesting thing. Can I pull behind the curtain and learn from that, make a small tweak, and make that happen? that we want to encourage reuse, that we want this to be fun, right? That we want to actually include everybody, not just the people that attend SCaLE and, you know, white dudes from America, but the broader sense of folks that don't speak English well and exist everywhere across the world. And then finally, this belief that we must keep abstracting, that in the abstraction we get productivity enhancements, which again is our sort of humanitarian inheritance. So, all of that has led us to GUI, right? And so GUI is essentially what we aim to be is this sort of Pinterest plus GitHub of these AI recipes, and I'll sort of show you what I mean. And so our purpose is to say, well, how do we enhance the innovation infrastructure? And you know, the first part of that is we think it's really important that if we want to, like, if all of these fields, if every significant field is trying to make a better LLM every day and trying to make a better, you know, 11 Labs lip sync model every day, how do you get the advantage of all of them? And so the idea is like, well, what does it mean to attempt to commoditize them? And so at our level, we have an abstraction where every LLM is hot swappable and comparable. Every vector DB is hot swappable and comparable. Every speech recognition piece, and I'll show you a little demo of like what that means. And so if I go here, you know, make this a little big, like this is just one of our recipes, which is the LLM one, which is almost basically the simplest. And what does it do? It just takes a prompt, right, which was, in terms of coolness, what are the top 5 car brands sold in America? And it's really interesting to look at this because I'm taking the same prompt and I'm asking Llama, Gemini, and GPT-4 Turbo, and they have real embedded opinions about which is the coolest car. And the thing that's amazing about that is those opinions are going to affect every document you make in Word and PowerPoint for the next 10 years, right? And so if you're a marketer in the audience, you care about what opinions and biases these guys have because those are real. And so I feel like we've spent a lot of time, and it's very justified, thinking about the biases around race, identity that all of these LLMs have. Well, they have biases about everything based on the training data that they've given. So this allows you to see it. And so this is, you know, the simplest recipe that exists on our site, and then you can go and see examples of everybody else in terms of how they're running it. You can see literally how Farmer Chat churns conversations into structured data. That's one of the examples that's there. And then, you know, everything that you see here is then exposed as just a REST endpoint. Every change you make is then exposed as a REST endpoint. So anything you see here, you can say, great, I want to play with this and I want to pull it in my own app, you can. So to get back to here, so, you know, and then we do the same thing, right, for speech recognition models. We do the same thing for all of these other parts. So to keep going, and so, you know, and then the second part is that, you know, we want to basically abstract these things into these AI recipes. So in this sense, like, okay, there's the basic LLM, but then there's a bunch of normal things that you would want to do, like hook it up to Search SERP, hook it up the ability to incorporate any document, hook it up so that you can suck in any YouTube URL. And so, you know, again, if you want to take a look at that, right, those are just recipes. So here is a simple recipe that takes a search query, uses essentially, gets all of the related terms for that search query, and then builds the answer for them. And so we did this with a client. We added this to 10,000 of their pages, right? This is the number 15 wiki site in America. And then essentially from that, you know, showed that there was a 7% boost in session times when you actually end up answering the zeitgeisty questions that people have about any particular topic. So this is just a recipe that does that for somebody. And it's one of the sort of primitive data pieces that we've got. You know, there's another one, which is you can obviously search any document with the LLM of your choice, and this incorporates and sort of wraps LangChain on top of that. But then on top of this, what we're trying to do is to say, well, there's a social network and sharing part that matters a lot. So if you come here, and I'll go up here. If you go to essentially our Explore page, you can come and you can see all of these recipes that we have built and others have built. And then, you know, if you want to see, great, what's this QR code generator thing? And again, this is just wrapping this little recipe, which is, you know, essentially taking some control net pieces and putting them together to make a URL. But I can see all the examples of that. And if I like the work that Alex has done, I can see all of his examples, and I can see the prompts behind them, right? And so this strategy has been pretty good thus far. We have 300,000 people that have run these things on top of our site. We've got, at this point, I think we just passed 2 million workflows. We rank in the top 3 for AI animation, for AI QR codes, for AI lip sync, right? This is the sharing infrastructure by people making these recipes and then getting them out, and then other people being able to immediately go ahead and fork them. You get this innovation piece that goes across it. So the other part, is, going back to our farmer chat example, is, finally we get into then inspectable bots, right? And so this is farmer chat, and there's a website around it that's up here. I'll make this a little bigger so you can see it. And so this describes the project, and it's in 5 different languages, right? And here's the little talk that Rick gave, who's the CEO of Digital Green at the UN. But for me, and then you can talk with it here if you want to ask questions, and there's a little UI part. But for me, the part that's most interesting is if you go down and you say tweak the workflow. This is the actual workflow that drives that product. This is the instruction set that's on top of it. This is the particular AI model that they're using, and you can swap that. This is the particular set of documents that they have trained that is their RAG database. This is the speech provider and the voice that they use when they give back an audio response to it. And then we just answered this, which is, and then if you come here, if you want to run a synthetic data pipeline on any of these things, you can. And then this is the embedding model that we used for that particular RAG piece to make that happen too. So most people will not care about this level of settings and just will change the high-level instruction prompt and essentially the documents. But if you want to change those things, you can. And then you can literally just come over to the integrations tab and then say, hey, I want to connect this to my own WhatsApp number, or I want to connect it to my own API, or embed it as a widget, whatever that is. And so, the part for us that's exciting is, this happens, right? And then, this is an example literally of us. So we did this first in Telangana, which is a state in India, and then we extended that basically into Ethiopia and with Digital Green, and then we've extended into Kenya. And literally with each place that we're going, we're just taking in a call center document of all the questions farmers have asked and the Ministry of Agriculture guidelines. And then the fact that suddenly there's good ASR models, speech recognition models that work for Swahili and then do Swahili accents back. This farmer, right, has used WhatsApp maybe 10 times, and suddenly he's taking a picture of something wrong with his coffee crop, asking basically questions via very shitty internet connections over audio and WhatsApp, and getting back answers that are relevant to his livelihood. So this is an exciting thing, and this is one of these things oh yeah, GPT-V shipped what, 4 months ago? And it's not just productivity gains at the level of programmers that we're beginning to see. It's going to affect everyone, because suddenly the original promise of Google, which is the world's information accessible to everyone, suddenly gets to be true, right? Especially when it talks about kind of the domains that people work in. So this is exciting. And then the part that, we weren't the only ones to notice. So, The Guardian wrote a piece about this. And then, to sort of see how this is coming out, Opportunity is another NGO, very large one. They get 100 million, I think. I don't know the actual number. A lot of money from USAID, right? And then basically they're we have similar problems in terms of enhancing farmer productivity in Malawi. Can we make this work there? And we said, sure. It's just a matter of swapping the documents. And so this is what I mean by these shared AI recipes actually turning into assets that then spread for folks trying to do interventions in most AI-related industries, which is almost all of them. And then we're doing the same bit, right, for another client who's one of the biggest HVAC PE firms in America. And so what they're trying to do is basically gobble up lots of furnace repair shops. And their goal is to say, hey, we've got 1,000 manuals about every AC ever sold in America in every furnace. Can we make the oracle of wisdom that knows everything about that? And so, we've worked with them, again, for the last 8 months to basically use these same recipes, use the same core technology, and basically build that. The NPS on that right now is around 50. Not bad. And then, we're doing other things, basically that also incorporating vision that allows you to basically fill out forms just by sort of taking pictures of what you're doing. So the last bit of this, and I think this is the sort of mental change that we will make for many of our jobs, is if you want to take advantage of all of the latest things, and those are all coming out each week, you need an evaluation infrastructure to know, is a change worth doing? And so the last sort of leg of this is this sort of, an eval framework that's built in to sort of raise all boats. And so what you can do here, is if I look back at that Ugazi, which was the folks at Opportunity that took the farmer chat piece, like we've got a built-in kind of analytics framework that's telling you things like not just how many messages came in, but how many pieces of positive versus negative feedback were coming in, how many of questions do we think we answered this appropriately or inappropriately, what was the categorization of those things. So again, that's built in. And then the part that's probably most exciting at kind of a higher level is some work that we're doing with the AICSTEP Foundation and People Plus AI and MSR India, which is basically to say, great, for low resource languages, we want to set up essentially the comparison infrastructure. So we're using the same infrastructure that we use to compare bots to say, if you come, in this particular case, with a set of audio files. And so these are audio files in Kannada, which is a local language of India. And here's the translation into English of them. And we've done that by a human being. And we call this our golden questions and answers, right? So you can come with your own Excel sheet of your golden questions and answers. And then we basically say, okay, we're now going to compare the top speech recognition and translation models in this pipeline to see how close does it actually get to what we consider the golden answer. And so what this allows us to do is it allows us to say, great, with each new release that's coming out, we can reevaluate for a very use case specific data set to then say, this one's the best for you. And so this is a different way to think about what evaluation is. It almost doesn't matter that Claude 2 is better at organic chemistry or Claude 3 is better at organic chemistry than GPT-4. For most organizations and people, you want to know if you make this change over here, is it better on my data set? Is it better on the stuff that I care about? And then I don't know if that's a model issue or a prompt issue or a vector issue or any of the things that we described that really make up this pipeline. I just want to know if it's better in the end. And so this is essentially the evaluation framework that allows you to do that, where you can bring your own sort of golden question and answer piece, and then we do this evaluation at the same time. So those are like the main points, right? And I feel like I'll end here, which is, as we go forward, we think this should actually be an entirely open source ecosystem, such that you could run any of these different models in anything that we do in the cloud, but if you want to run that entirely on your own infrastructure, you can. And that if this is true, then I feel like this begins, like, the open source analytics community needs a real answer to what AI is right now, and I feel like this can begin to be that, which is we need a superset. We need a superset that allows us to take advantage of all of the latest innovations from OpenAI and everybody else, but also all of the open source innovations. And Ideal allows us to run that anywhere. And so we essentially, what we want to do is we want to take everything that we have built with GUI in the cloud, which has orchestration and has all these paid APIs, and then say, great, we can also run that inside your own data center. You can also make modifications to it. You can also hook in your own fine-tuned models. You can hook in somebody else's. And that's the challenge in front of us. And so if you're interested in any of those things, we need help. And that's the fast presentation. Sorry for talking so fast. I'm happy to take questions. But yeah. Yes. And if you scan this, it goes to my Dara page, and you can just message me if you're interested. If you go to GUI.ai/blog, you can see this whole open source vision there too.
Okay.
Hi.
Thank you. First, excellent presentation. My background, well, right now I work in data, thinking about all the things that vision AI can do.
Yes.
Especially translating vision, things like that.
Yes.
But a long time ago, I was in the Peace Corps in Sub-Saharan Africa doing
Yes.
farmer field extension.
Yes.
And doing same thing, teaching people with little printouts.
Correct,
there.
correct.
And so my question is here, and so in this use case, one of the things I think about is for people that they're trusting these bots for their livelihoods.
Yes.
And let's just say what you are applying for, hey, you have powdery mildew in India,
Yes.
but then in Malawi or in somewhere else in the Senegal, it's different. How do you localize that? That's a data set, but also make sure that, I can't remember the right word for it, but make sure you're not passing on or appropriately
Hallucinating wrong
educating
data, giving back wrong data. So
Yeah.
this is where you have to have a local implementation partner.
Perfect.
Right? We are not in charge of, like, if you go back to, you know, this original goal of Farmer Chat, which I think is really important, which is, where to go? If I can, it's the problem of turning 40, you can't see anymore. That this piece of vetted data, right? Because as I said, even if ChatGPT is trying to do its darndest, it's not actually by default localized. It has a distinct bias toward where it got most of its documents. Most of its documents came from US sources, and hence it will not give advice that's actually appropriate for a particular farmer, let alone get to the next level of stuff like, oh, if the rainfall was this and you're using this fertilizer and you're growing this crop, the guidance actually needs to be entirely different, right? And so, in some ways, this is one of the hardest technical problems because you have to incorporate all of this data research, real-time satellite data, sensor data. Like, ideally, you would take all of that in before giving a piece of advice. And so, you know, my take is the only way to do that is if you have a local partner that's on the ground, that acts as a usability piece, that's acting as data vetting, right? Like, because you're right, you can't give people wrong advice when it's about their livelihood. And the history of development is exactly doing that, right? And people starve, and, you know, we've told people to castrate their cows, right? And, like, this is, you know, the history of trying to do these interventions by Western nations and developing nations is frankly terrible, right? And so again, our philosophy is like, we are a middleware provider, and we're trying to give all of the infrastructure to know whether the LLM is doing the right thing, but we have to have an engaged partner that's looking at that categorization, and that's looking at, this is where thumbs up versus down is, that's doing that in a trained sense. Like, we haven't rolled this out that every farmer can go ahead and use it. It's working with local partners to train extension agents who are the mentors who then go ahead and basically make those things happen. But I fully hear you. Yeah.
But how do you vet? You said, for example, you're working with government ministries.
We are not. Our partners that use us, so Digital Green is a large NGO that does that. Opportunity is a large NGO that does that, right? And they maintain those relationships.
One problem that I see there, out of a bit of experience that I
Yes.
had, is some of these government agencies,
Yes.
like Agriculture Ministry
Yes.
or so, that they have a bias.
Yes.
Which is basically, like in India a few years ago, they had the riots about the black laws.
Yes.
Basically, the question is who owns the land and who can
Yes. I mean, these are political
dictate basically
considerations.
what they grow.
Right.
And
So,
that these government agencies have an influence on that
yes.
and actually not doing it for the good of the people.
I mean, now you're getting into, like, the politics that are available there, right? Like, the Indian government recently passed a regulation that said that every LLM has to be approved by, you know, that's going to be released has to be approved by them. That is their decision, right? Like, the Indian government owns India, right? They get to make the rules that exist there. And so, from our perspective, we are trying to provide the platform that will allow the analysis and for you to know what type of answers you're giving. But again, it's going to be an implementation partner that's going to get into the politics of, like, what are you recommending versus what are you not. And that's up to them to decide, right?
I just see the problem that it could lead basically to decisions in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but let me be clear. That happens
politics are
today,
involved.
right? In terms of all sorts of loops of, oh, this fertilizer company is creating the results and is really encouraging you to use this particular fertilizer, even if it's not the right fertilizer. And what I fully imagine is, it'll probably be the companies that are selling agricultural inputs that'll push this the most, that'll give reasonable advice, but it'll probably be biased, right, to basically encourage you to buy your own stuff. Is that bad? Again, that's going to be a market-based reaction to see, great, what are they going to do there? They have powered incentive to go ahead and make those things happen. But again, I feel like that is beyond the scope of like, they're going to do what they're going to do in their own markets, right? And that's going to play out. And we live in that capitalist society, right? So I know that may not be the greatest answer, but right, as a tech piece, like they can use it if they want to. That is the point of open source in many ways. Go ahead.
This may be stretching it a little
Yes.
bit, but the partner organizations that
Yes.
are here are going to have competence issues, technology
Yes.
issues, corruption issues.
It depends, right?
Yeah, it depends.
Yes.
I mean, you know, some of them on other planets may be non-corrupt.
Yes, yes.
But what is your experience with, you know, without naming any names, with the quality of the partner organizations and their ability to perform?
I mean, we've had really good partner organizations, right, who are, you know, like Bill Gates last March wrote this piece, which was, you know, saying, hey, capacity building, right, looks like LLM bots into the future. A bunch of the best funded, best intended organizations globally have paid attention to that. And so we tend to be, and their own sophistication in this AI space is, over the last 9 months, has gotten pretty good.
But I mean, like in Malawi or
And then you would be surprised
that
that is then extending in. Like there's, you know, smart program managers inside of the Malawi, you know, government that are looking at these things and saying, this is the direction that we want to go. And so the competency piece matters there. What we've tried to do here with things like, you know, our Copilot recipe is try to demystify what's going on. Or is try to say, listen, the part you need to care about is this instruction prompt, your data, your knowledge corpus, and then these evaluation questions. And then we, in conjunction with that partner, can then iterate to actually make something useful.
I meant about your actual experience with these organizations is, in general, what kind of issues did you find with real partner organizations in small countries with very poor economies?
So data matters a lot, right? So how you actually, like, can you get the correct advice out of the data and the documents that they have provided is no small feat, right? So just getting to the point where, you know, I'll make it very clear. So like,
Well, you answered not the question I asked.
Okay.
The question I'm asking is, what was your experience? Were they very competent? Did they have, what kind of problems did they actually have when they were trying to release something like
at the
this?
level of the organization or at the level of the farmer themselves?
At the level that the farmers were seeing.
So the
From
things that are
their-
coming
from
up
their
there is
organizations.
they really want, this photo use case comes up organically among lots of folks. The other issue that is kind of a subtle one is, even though we, like, you know, we were interviewing a set of 10 Bhojpuri farmers living about 50 miles outside of Patna, which is the capital city of Bihar. They taught that given where they actually live, they don't have any point in their lives where they're not being overheard, right? Because it's a very crowded, familial environment. Hence, they did not want to use any speech recognition because they didn't want to be overheard. But they were fine doing a sort of mixed, a little bit of English, a little bit of Bhojpuri texting to get answers to their questions. And so that was like a subtle surprise to me as somebody. I've spent a fair number of years in the tech for development space. But again, you sort of say, well, people want to be able to speak in their native tongue, even if they, or their mother language. And so that was one. The other organic case that we see a lot is again this photo use case. If something's wrong, nobody can tell me, please diagnose this piece. That's come up organically in about 30%. The other one is women tend to use this a little bit more than men, right? It tends to be used a little bit more at night, right, than men. I can forward you kind of the usability findings if you're really interested. Those are public, and so I'll get that out. And that's N of about 200 people in 3 different states at this point. So,
So unfortunately, I came in a little bit late, so maybe I missed this, but I was wondering, is GUI AI, is it a nonprofit? Is there a business model? How
Yeah,
does that work?
we are a for-profit right now that are basically making this whole set of stuff. And then, our business model is everybody gets 1,000 credits, right, to come in, and every time you make an API call, you burn credits. And we're spending credits usually somewhere else, right? Like our OpenAI bill is $5,000 a month, right? So that's it. You're basically buying credits, and then you're selling them, and then there's a little margin that we have there that keeps the whole thing running. That's the primarily the business model. We've done some consulting pieces, but we're moving away from that and just focusing on the main credit-based platform. So if you look here, every time you run a recipe, you spend credits. That allows us to basically purchase those credits across private models and then run it on our own GPU clusters.
I see. So are the recipes can only be used if they're hosted on GUI.ai?
Today. So this is the open source transition that we want to make. We want to be able to say, great, you can find some cool thing on the site and then say, I don't want to run that, or I want to put in my own keys and then run it on your own site. So basically be able to pull down the orchestration layer so you can run it locally that's the place where we want to go.
I see. That's very exciting. Thank you.
Yeah.
No further questions?
So again, I'm geeking out on this
Yeah,
totally.
sure.
And so, my experience is like 10, 15 years ago, that's when 3G was first starting to hit
Yes.
rural farm villages.
Yes.
Now it looks like 4G, 5G is starting to hit now.
In India, not in Africa.
Yeah, right. Well, it depends on where you're at.
Yeah.
But so now we have everything cloud-based.
Huh?
What do you think the next level is? Because this is super cool, but what's coming next? Is it edge compute on people's phones or devices? What do you think's next in like ICT for dev or even just for this and these use cases?
I mean, right
Crystal ball
now,
time.
Starlink aside, you have to have a local economy be wealthy enough to support a tower, right? If you don't have that, then you don't have connectivity. And so in the poorest nations around the world, there's just no working towers because there's no power there, and you have to have gasoline that's basically running the tower that will, again, give you infrastructure pieces. This is one of the reasons I love WhatsApp, right? WhatsApp is the greatest low bandwidth tool that actually works really well offline. It still allows you to communicate, I think the world has ever made, right? They've whacked the hell out of that. And so like if you have the tiniest 2G connection, it will synchronize all your messages in the lowest bandwidth possible. So that ubiquity, I think, begins to happen more. And then if you talk about the Indian use case, okay, 60% of India is probably now online. It still leaves 500 million people that aren't. Per household penetration is probably getting up to be 80%, but it's still in a shared phone environment. I think that gets better, right? I mean, I think every adult, every kid in the world wants a phone eventually. We're making billions of these. The Android handset built 3 years ago still works pretty well. So, you think about where does this go? I think local language interfaces via WhatsApp, right, is I think where it goes, right? For the foreseeable next 2 years, I think that's going to be growing like hotcakes. That's kind of my current take. Yeah.
Questions? Last chance. All right.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me? Yeah. There we go. Okay, so we will get roughly started here in just a moment. Give us 1 second and grab your seats. I'll just give a few minutes so that people can. We got 1 minute. All right, welcome everyone. My name is Rishi Verma. This is Kyonsik Yoon, John Engelke, and we all work at JPL just up the street here in Pasadena. If you are all out of town, definitely recommend making a trip up to the mountains to see the view. It's just beautiful this time of year, a lot of greenery. So our goal here today as the presenters of this talk is to do one simple thing, which is to try to convince you all to think about your software best practices, software standards that you may develop in a slightly different way. And we want you to think about how to develop those standards, iterate them, infuse them into your own organizations using the open source way. So I will start this talk by explaining what that means, and then I'll pass it to Kyonsik Yoon, who will talk about a contribution he's made to our open source project, and then John Engelke, who will also present about a contribution he's made to this overall effort. All right, so let's get started. So first of all, best practices and standards for software development. What are they, right? I think we're all roughly familiar. There's, some examples of this. For example, information sharing best practices. This is, does my software have a README that explains what it does? And is that README more than like one sentence? Do I have a documentation site explaining how to use my software for new users, for admin users, developer users? Do I have a change log? Do I have a communication list of channels, instant messaging, mailing lists, etc.? Do I have a website? Things like that. So these are all best practices that I think we've seen with top open source projects, Linux included. There's also governance related standards and best practices, right? So for example, the way I govern my project, is that documented somewhere in terms of the roles, in terms of the advancement of those roles, the way in which issue tickets are labeled and triaged among contributors? Is there a process or a documentation, something that new users or developers that want to make a contribution to my software can look at a contributing guide? So these are all best practices that we've seen in a lot of popular open source projects, but especially for government-sponsored efforts. This is as important, if not more, since it's these are taxpayer-funded software projects. We also have software lifecycle related best practices and standards, which my colleagues actually will talk a little bit more in depth about. These are, is my software being automatically scanned for sensitive information, for security issues? Do I have CI/CD pipelines established? Do I have testing, unit tests available for my software? Are there standardized templates for repositories? So these are all, dependency management and scanning for dependency vulnerabilities, version updates, things like that. So again, best practices and standards, we all know about them, and we know we should be doing them. Especially for government sponsored software, this can sometimes be a challenge because it's not often in the requirements list of software that needs to be developed. These things are usually just done by developers on their own based on their experience. So the question might come, and maybe a challenge, which is the subject of our talk, which is how can these best practices that we are aware of and we want to implement, how can they be actually infused into especially government-sponsored software projects in a consistent way? And what that means is the standard or best practices applies to multiple projects in a similar way, not just the all-star project A here, but other projects are falling behind. Do it in a low-cost way that doesn't cost each individual project a lot of money, and also can be easily infused in a way that scales to many, many projects at once, not just, again, one project adopts a particular best practice or develops and adopts it itself, but many projects are able to adopt it concurrently. So how do we meet this sort of challenge? So, drum roll. This is our effort at JPL called Software Lifecycle Improvement and Modernization, SLIM for short. We have a website, and you can check this out. This is actually on the web. But what is SLIM exactly? In a nutshell, I'll just kind of share in terms of an analogy, right? What's one way to do this on your own, best practice dissemination and sharing? It's to make a wiki page on your local internet or Google Docs or something and say, these are the lessons learned, these are the best practices, and I want to share them among my team. That's great, and if that works for you, that's perfect. But for SLIM, what we've done is we've actually created a platform for sharing best practices and standards that are being developed within our organization at JPL with the JPL community and actually the public at large as well. So the goal here is to bring together a platform and to share these best practices with the entire community. We are community-based. That means we have many projects representing and providing us best practice guides, but also helping to receive them. We are open source, and I'll explain that actually in a second more, what that exactly means. But the key thing here is we've developed a platform for sharing, disseminating, and infusing best practices. Okay, so a little bit more in depth about what that means and our strategy, because I think that's the most interesting aspect. It's not necessarily just the best practices. You can find those a lot within the internet, and you can search these and see good examples of that. But the strategy is kind of the key highlight I want to mention here about how we do this. So let's go back to what I mentioned, the challenges, the consistent implementation, right? How do we achieve that? So it's through community interaction and community development. So we, in our open source channels, we create tickets, basically, and we ask, and we have polls, et cetera, to ask the many projects within JPL, what are the best practice standards that they need among their projects, and how can we help? And what are the most important and key ones? So we use open source tools to sort of gather that input. And we develop those standards collaboratively. We use pull requests, we use issue tickets, people comment, and we iterate them through versioning as actual deliverables we can send out to many projects. So that helps us do the consistency, which is many projects get eyes on it, get eyes on these practices and standards being developed, and they get a voice to help make a consistent standard that will be useful for them. Low cost of adoption. We develop these best practices as code. So it's not good enough right now for us to just develop like a guide that says thou shalt, compile your code using tool XYZ, right? Our goal is actually to go one step further to say, we want you to develop your best practice, not just as a written guide, but as a piece of code. So that could be like a template. That could be a script that sets something up. That could be a piece of automation. So that's kind of our goal here is in this effort is to like get the contributions as code, standards as code. And then that allows us to meet our last challenge, which is to scale to a lot of projects, which is now that it's code, we can treat it like code. So we can send out automated pull requests to hundreds of projects, repositories, et cetera, and share these best practices at scale as pull requests that projects can consider and potentially infuse. So that's kind of the secret sauce and the idea that we have here. And what's our delivery mechanism for this dissemination once we've developed these best practices? It is through two things. One is our website, which I mentioned earlier. You can check that out. We have that on the web. So that's where you can view our best practice guides that we're developing, and then also submit best practice guides as well. We also have sort of a plan of what we plan to develop over the course of the next couple months and the year, and we sort of say, hey, these are the best practices we're targeting. And developers and other teams can take a look at that and be like, oh, wow, okay, you're developing this in 3 months. We need that best practice, and we don't have the time to do it. So then we'll just maybe collaborate with you in 3 months and iterate that and develop that and infuse that. So we have also a plan for how to do this. We also, as I mentioned, have automation, which I'll talk a little bit more about the effects of that. But basically, again, we take a best practice idea, a standard, develop it as a code, piece of code, and then we can ship that out to a lot of projects at once. So what are some simple examples? And my colleagues will talk about some of the fun stuff we're doing. These are some simple examples. We've got like README templates. We've got bug ticket templates. You know, just standard things that we've disseminated. This is simple stuff, but it's really powerful. You know, if you have a standard way in which bug reports can be collected across hundreds of projects, that's kind of a game changer in some sense, because then you make large effects with very small changes. GitHub security, for example, just saying when you're using GitHub, enable these specific features and plugins, et cetera, to scan your code. We have other examples on our websites, software metrics, testing standards, governance, et cetera. Okay, so how do we monitor the impact and the infusion, right? So again, we're using automation. So what you're looking at here is one of our what we call leaderboards. And so this is on the columns, you see a list of best practices that we've developed, right? For example, like issue ticket templates. Your repositories need to have pull request templates, a code of conduct, contributing guide, et cetera, et cetera. And as we develop more standards and best practices, those number of columns increase. And each row, these are some open source repositories that NASA-JPL sponsors and develops. And you can see like where where they stand with respect to these best practices. So we've developed a framework that scans our community of projects that are involved. Oh, I didn't mention that, right. So the other aspect of the community development, I think it's also related to how government-sponsored projects can develop community, is we have sort of a community-oriented model where we sit down and talk to projects at JPL, and we say, here's this project. We're trying to develop these consistent standards, and we want you to join it, right? And there's kind of two conditions to joining as a community member. One is, and you can imagine your own organizations, you've got many different software teams, right? So to sit down with them and talk to them and say, hey, we're trying to get this collective effort going. Are you interested? And if you are, we ask only two things. One is consider using our guides, because we can push out these best practices to your repository. So have somebody to look at the pull request, to look at the infusion potentials. And then second, consider sharing your best practices back with the community, being involved in our open discussions or pull requests or templates. So anyways, these are some repositories and projects that are involved in that process for us. And yeah, this kind of just shows the results of that scan. Yes, and yeah, so that's how we sort of monitor infusion across many different projects at JPL. What's some impact, the outcome of that? So this is sort of a summary. So far, our project is relatively new, but we've been around for about 1.5 years now. And we've specified about 13 different software standards and best practices that we sort of disseminated out on our website. We're still developing quite a few. We've got a lot backlogged. If this interests you, definitely, check out our website, check out our GitHub, get involved with us. I think, getting this even more traction in other communities is actually would be really, really great. But yeah, we've got a lot backlogged, so definitely could use help. And then, yeah, number of infused best practices. So again, because we're treating it as code, we can monitor for infusion. We can scan repositories and see, do they have these best practices and standards that we recommend actually active? And so 671 represents, of the 13 best practices that we developed, we've sent it out to about 211 repositories at JPL so far. And we have like 671 instances of each best practice being successfully infused into a particular repository, right? So if anybody's tried to get a project to use a best practice, you'll look at that and be like, how did you do that? Because I'm still trying to convince, the guy sitting in the cube next door to use, tool XYZ. Number of pending best practices, again, we make pull requests for these things, so we have about 252 still being reviewed, and we're slowly nudging those projects. But also, if they're not infused, we can reach out to those projects and be, what's going on? What aspect of this is not useful to you, and they can comment in those pull requests. We can take that feedback back, potentially make another version that might be workable. And then also, yeah, the types of best practices and standards, most are in the governance and software lifecycle areas. Okay, so actually that concludes my portion to kind of introduce this effort. I'm going to pass it over to Kyung-Sik Yoon, who's going to be talking about one best practice effort that's currently in development, continuous testing best practices for SLIM.
Great. Right. Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you for your time. My name is Kyung-Sik Yoon. I go by KS. And I'm a machine learning and data science technologist at JPL. I mainly work on machine learning data science problems for deep space exploration and earth science applications. As software engineering terms, maybe I should say I'm more involved in the back-end algorithm development and implementation. And here I wanted to introduce and I wanted to share my story about contributing to SLIM, especially in the context of continuous testing best practice. So where do we start? So I have a science background. So in the science background, in the science mindset, if there are hundreds of problems and you try to solve everything, but you cannot solve everything. And if you solve just one thing, that's great. That's a great discovery in the science perspective. But in the engineering perspective, if you have 100 problems, you have to solve every single each item to deliver your final product. So it's a totally different mindset. And in regard to that, I have so much interest in developing new algorithms, implementing new set of functions, but I didn't like at all continuous testing or any sort of testing to make sure everything works perfectly, and you have to write additional set of codes to make sure everything works as intended for your source code. So that's sort of a motivation to this. So what I would like to suggest is that you can get benefit from this SLIM standardization and SLIM effort. And also you can go look at the website and go look at the GitHub repository, and you can start making contributions. So I'd like to just simply state the process of contributions. You can go to the GitHub repository, and then you can go to the issue page, and you can look through the open issues and take a look if there's any topic that you have interested in. Or if you have a specific topic, for example, for me, it was continuous testing. If you have a specific topic that was not covered yet, you can post a new issue ticket, and you can start contributing. So that's the first step, identification of the problem. And then the next step is to fork the repository, and you take that main repository to your account. And then you can start making changes and start making contributions. And what are the missing parts, and what are the community needs, and what is your specific need. And you can make contributions. And then the next step is to submit a pull request. And you can get the community feedback, engage with the community, and then improve your repository, and then finally commit to the main branch. So this is sort of a simple steps to take to make contributions and get some benefit and get some simple suggestions. And then it can be a simple suggestion, but it can be a big benefit for many. And through this several months of process of continuous testing part SLIM improvement, we recommend three aspects. The first one is a continuous testing plan template. So we spent some time to make a standardized template for continuous testing plan generation. So you can take a look again, you can make some changes or make some suggestions, and it's ongoing process. So yeah, it will be greatly appreciated. And the next one, I think it's very interesting. It's an automated test code generation. From the recent development of large language models, we spent some time for testing using some existing large language models and robot framework to automate test code generation. So that can be really helpful. It can save a lot of time in terms of writing test code. And the next one, continuous testing process automation, the execution automation. You don't have to manually execute testing code. You take this approach to execute your testing code continuously and automatically whenever you make changes to the code or the pull request. So going back to my original pain, writing unit tests or any sort of test can be time-consuming and tedious, especially when testing large software applications with many components. So the main question would be that can we generate a test script automatically from the source code? So yeah, let's dive deep into this. There are several studies, and thanks to the recent fast advancement in large language models and deep learning, there are several models out there locally and open source and other cloud-based models. And there are a lot of improvement in terms of unit test or other testing code generation. So here you can see that the manual testing, that's the human-generated testing with 100% code coverage and 100% compilable actually. So that's the baseline ground truth. Compared to that, when you look at the column compilable, the auto-generated code as is, it's not compilable, it's not perfect. But with some human touch, you can make it 80%, 90% compilable. So I think that's already very helpful for us to write test codes. And also, when you look at the columns of test methods and test classes, the auto-generated test codes, they can cover almost 80% of code coverage. So that's very helpful again. It's not perfect, but it can potentially save a lot of time writing tedious, mundane test code. And you can focus on creating actual things and also working on the edge cases to make 100% perfect. So this is a simple example, simple calculator on the left side. And the middle and the right code, yeah, sorry, it's really small, but one of them is generated by AI. One of them was written. And which one do you think is generated by AI? Number one? Number two? Yeah, two is generated by AI. And the point is that it's really hard to distinguish, and it's virtually, they all work similarly, and it's getting there. The quality is really good, especially in the simple applications. So our suggestion, we spent some time to test some large language models and other tools, and our recommendation is to use large language models in combination with Robot Framework. Robot Framework is an open source tool for automated continuous testing with pseudocode input system, and then it can generate test results using the pseudocode input. So our idea was that not directly generating the final test code using large language models, but as an intermediary, we generate Robot Framework pseudocode using large language model, and the generated pseudocode can be easily investigated by human developers, and then you can spend some time with final human touch, and then you can perform your continuous testing. So that's sort of a process leveraging large language models in combination with robot framework. So the process is that we start from prompt. So this is an example prompt for a functional test. Generate a robot framework script to perform MFA login, and using TOTP time-based the password generation code using the provided secret, and generate script only. And then we can see the example running. So, interestingly, we've using mainly the local large language models with the open source models. And we can see that because our application is export controlled, or many of the companies have prior proprietary information that cannot be shared with cloud-based large language models such as ChatGPT. So I think this is quite important to use the local open source models. You can potentially fine-tune it and fine-tune it to your specific company needs or the institution's needs. And what we have found is that the performance, the generation speed is out there, and then it's improving a lot. And yeah, here it's sort of a real-time generation example using my laptop. So it's pretty fast, and it can generate it really quickly and efficiently. And you can execute the code and then generate the test results as well. So by using some examples of prompt generation for the robot framework pseudocode, and then we can easily tackle this auto-generated test code and continuous testing script generation. And we have another page that covers list of tools and frameworks with our recommendation for running different tests. So again, this is not complete. This is maybe not perfect. So you should take a look. You get some benefits. Taking some examples of different applications and different use cases. You can use different tools. And as well, if you have a wonderful tool for recommendation, please do so. So we can improve the list as we go on. And finally, so lessons learned. So we have contributed so far these 3 parts. One, continuous testing plan template, and the other one, the second, automated test code generation. Third, test code execution automation. So please take a look at the website, and it's ongoing. As I mentioned earlier, we are in the stage of pull request, getting feedback, and making additional changes in terms of continuous testing. So yeah, please join us in our effort to improve our model. Thank you, and then I will hand this over to John.
Thank you, KS. That was wonderful information. My name is John Engelke, and I'm a data software generation engineer and a lead developer on an astronomy product called Citizens that is reducing data that's collected publicly by both amateur and professional astronomers to help identify exoplanets in the solar system. I've also worked on some of the Mars imaging products, and that's sort of the genesis of how I came into the SLIM project. basically we wanted to wrangle some of the software that we had been putting together that has actually existed for quite a number of years. And you can imagine how important that is when you're dealing with a product or a project like Mars 2020. So let's see. I'm talking about continuous integration. It's a little bit amorphous, and everybody has an idea of what continuous integration is. A lot of times when people talk about it, they talk about continuous integration versus continuous delivery and continuous deployment. We wanted to create a clear separation here and to very strictly identify the needs that were necessary just to perform the continuous integration side. So what is continuous integration in a nutshell? It's basically taking work product, engineering product, code, scripting, et cetera, combining it together in a single place and demonstrating that the code is compilable when it works together. To understand the scope of the need at the lab, we started off using our community engagement process. We had to first talk to the community, the development community on lab, which is actually rather large. JPL is a very decentralized place, and there's a lot of people working on different aspects of single projects versus working on different initiatives. But what they have in common is that they have to be reliable and reproducible. So there's a lot of developer contributions coming in, and we had to find a best practice need that would actually sort of like meet everybody's requirements. So at the lab, there are a lot of things like moving pieces. We've got a lot of deployments going on all the time. We need to be able to trace what's going on and follow up with any kinds of issues. So the contribution model that we adopted was community-based. So go to groups, bring people in. We're going to meet with different stakeholders in the organization, meet with different users, different developers, and see exactly what needs to be done. The point here is that an engineer who's solving a scientific problem should not need to spend all of their time figuring out how to deliver the solution to that problem. They should be able to focus on solving the actual engineering or scientific problem so that we can actually, produce product that's meaningful. And so the idea was we'll come up with a system that's reproducible, that we can make work for everybody. And so our proposed best practices included creating a reference architecture and some tooling recommendations, and then starter kits, which I'll get to in a moment. We did go back and forth in terms of the user feedback realm with different groups on lab. The evolution of all of this was that eventually we got to a point where we actually could, let me see if I can go back here for a second. Okay, yeah, so we got to, we got to a point where we could, we found out that these kinds of needs that we had on lab were actual needs that we could share with the community at large, outside of the lab, and so it evolved. It evolved in such a way that we could present it as an open source product. And so I think 20,000 foot level, what we're trying to do here is we're actually trying to share some of the practices, a subset of the practices that are very open source oriented with the community at large, and that also comport with best practices that are used at JPL. I mentioned a moment ago CI reference architectures, so that's one of the first things, right? We have to actually identify CI in such a way. And what CI is doing is it's sort of assembling the different pieces. It's like the assembly point of different efforts like testing, code scanning, secrets detection, stuff like that, compiling, delivering, releasing. And so there's a number of different stages in a good CI reference architecture, but they can be broken down in a sequential order using a pipeline that basically flows directly from a developer or group of developers through a code versioning system or like CVS or Git onto a server that combines different commits together, tests things, makes sure they compile, packages them, publishes them to an artifact repository, and then possibly orchestrates them into place. But ultimately, what you're worried about are a few different ideas. You're worried about being able to have your code work when it comes from different people with different machines. You're worried about making sure that it compiles accurately. You can track that. And you're also worried about being able to deliver it in a way where it's completely reproducible and locked down. Now, that's important for the lab because we don't want uncertainty when we're dealing with multi-million-dollar projects that are operating on different planets. One of the parts of the SLIM initiative was to identify tooling recommendations because although this might seem something very basic, the whole concept of CI is sort of like technical debt to a lot of developers. So it's a little bit fuzzy. So the tooling that's used in practice is not always absolutely clear. It's a little bit amorphous. So we wanted to identify the different tools that users, that some users are used to using or may want to use that are industry, reliable industry products, and open source products mainly that can be leveraged or repurposed for different CI needs. We have our CI reference architecture posted online if you'd like to go take a look. It's at the SLIM website on GitHub under the NASA AMOS project. I want to step back for a second here and just quickly mention shift left, the shift left philosophy, and DevSecOps. So one of the value-added benefits of continuous integration and having a solid continuous integration system is not only that it can be re-leveraged for different products, it always works the same, it's reliable, but also you can start to take some of the things that used to happen in old ways of thinking, waterfall sort of product management philosophies, and sort of like shift them back toward the development side so that we can start doing things like code scanning, static code analysis, dynamic code analysis, secret scanning, linting, testing on different types of levels. You can get those bundled together in a CI process so things happen closer to the developer. So it's basically using the concept, taking the concept of infrastructure as code a little bit farther and almost making it practice as code. I'll talk about that again in a moment. I'm going to back up a second. I wanted to mention Java Starter Kit. We are actually using that in the lab right now. And we do have this concept of starter kits. We have a starter kit that's open source right now called the Python Starter Kit. But the Java Starter Kit is a great example of how we've been able to leverage CI practices on lab so that we could have a predictable tool chain and we could meet some of the reliability needs of the actual product. The actual tool chain we're using is sort of broken down here. We're able to do builds and delivery using a couple of different platforms that include maybe GitHub Actions or Jenkins Server. We can Dockerize our applications and do testing and do the compiles in a predictable Dockerized environment. And then we can publish it up to an artifact repository like Nexus Artifactory, so then it can then be retrieved by other applications that might need to use it as dependencies. You might guess that this is a picture of Jezero crater. So the Mars 2020 project itself, so I worked on the telemetry side where the images were coming back. The Mars 2020 project itself actually involved a large team of many users and developers and engineers working on different aspects of similar software. It was a very big project. And so a lot of the dependencies at the root of that project had to be shared. So we wanted to make sure that we had a way of sort of managing things and sort of tracking. And so you can see with a big project like that why you want to understand the origins of any kind of software issues or where things came from in case something pops up. And so, actually, what I wanted to mention here is one of the pain points that we came up with is that software was developed, there were a lot of snapshots, people are moving very fast. We wanted to be able to track things. So we embraced this concept of CI-friendly versioning, where we versioned all of our products at build time with the actual product name, a semantic version, a number that related to the actual build server, so you could go back and track on either GitHub or Jenkins the exact build that happened, and then actually embedded the code, the Git code commit hash into the actual version itself. So there's a complete chain of custody for the software, end to end. So you know exactly where things start and exactly where things end. You see at the end, if there's any kind of issue that pops up, you can just walk backwards through those systems and you can find out exactly what happened. And that's where it became extremely useful to the users. I'm going to talk a little bit about a Python starter kit, which is actually the more public starter kit that we have right now. If you'd like to actually come back onto the SLIM website, you can help contribute to our Java product in the next, very shortly, but you can also help contribute to our Python starter kit. This is sort of a full-featured starter kit, the way we are working on the open source starter kit initiative is we're trying to give people a starting point where they can take an application and they can just quickly clone it and create something usable and just be up and running almost immediately. So you can templatize this application, you can drop it into a repo of your own name, and you can just start running with it. We're using what we're like trying to take infrastructure as code to the next level, right? So we've got testing as code, documentation as code, right? What does infrastructure as code mean? Really conceptually, it means you're elevating the actual scripting that's using to do builds or to do deployments to the level of the developer, so it's on the same level as development. So you're actually empowering the developers so they can help work on the deployment issues. You don't have this complete disconnect between the DevOps side and the development side. You've got everybody working together, and everybody can see the same thing, so there's no silos. So the same thing with documentation, right? Rishi has done quite a bit of work on preparing the documentation side of things, and documentation is code. We can immediately get it put into place. It's not an afterthought, something that happens very quickly. And so the SLIM Starter Kit offers all of these things, and it is a gateway in many ways to shift left value-added features. This is an example of one of our templates for a product. It's a README template. You can come in here when you copy the product. It's got places you can just go through this and fill in the blanks. You've got instant documentation. A developer who may know the deep details and the deep dive of what's going on in the application can do this very quickly. Whereas if you don't have this initially, when you start building the application, things like this just build up. You start getting a bunch of technical debt, and more technical debt, and more technical debt. And then it's something that a lot of developers don't want to follow up on. You know, everybody's worried about solving the problems. Nobody wants to come back and make sure that the next person or the other team members can dig into it as much as they can. It just becomes technical debt that's, a little bit difficult to follow. Doesn't seem to be clicking through. One example of one of the value-added shift-left features was software composition analysis. And this was mentioned as something, software composition analysis is actually presented in GitHub by Dependabot, but it really means evaluating the dependencies that are used in your application to make sure that they're secure. So we created scripts so that when you, launch a new application from this template, you basically have this built in. This is one of the features that we have built in. We have others also that I had just mentioned. We are trying to make this, we're doing everything that we're doing on the open source public side in SLIM, in the SLIM starter kit for Python, is basically completely traceable end to end. We're using GitHub Actions to do our CI builds, so everything's transparent and visible. And we're releasing directly up to the Python package index. We try to fail fast if things don't build, and we also address security alerts. These were all concerns identified during our conversations regarding the needs. Lessons learned. Soliciting team feedback early is very important. So exactly what this says, tooling should augment, not rewrite existing workflows. A lot of times when someone comes in to develop a sort of template or a process like this, sometimes they're coming in with their own conception of how it should work, their own ideas for how things should flow or work, but that doesn't work really with the boots on the ground who are actually doing the development. So it's important to take into account everybody's feedback, because then you can develop something iteratively that actually takes into account what the actual users you're providing services to need. Another lesson here is that testing frequently is very important, and soliciting feedback often is very important. So when you actually do make a product like this, a set of packaging, a templatized product that somebody can use, it helps to keep testing it and retesting it and making sure that it meets the requirements of the user base that you're preparing the product for. And so this is why SLIM exists, because we're trying to create an open source solution that will allow quick implementation of CI principles and open source documentation as code principles, infrastructure as code principles, testing as code principles. And so please come and help us make this better. At this point, I'm going to turn the floor over for any questions, but I would like to take this moment to offer a special thanks to Lan Dang, who's also from JPL and helped us set up this talk, the SCaLE team here for providing the facilities and allowing us to come and present our ideas, and the SLIM community. And I'd like to give special thanks to a few contributors from JPL. Jordan Padams helped quite a bit. Sean Kelly from the PDS project was quite instrumental. Lyle Barner was great in helping us get our scrub tooling working. And everybody else who's contributed has been really wonderful. And we're hoping that we can get more public participation going forward. And really, it's an exciting project. So please feel free to come and take a look. Questions? I'm going to hand the microphone over to Rishi.
Yeah, thanks, John. Hopefully you all enjoyed, and we've got a couple of questions. So, okay, we'll pass the mic.
You're up top.
They won't hear you on the video if you don't have the mic, though. So, I'd like to come back to the question of automated pushing out of some of these standards documentation pieces, because there's an inherent difference between aligning teams and groups on technical standards, whether they're the data we collect for issue templates or some of the technologies we're going to use for automated testing, or are we going to do automated testing, versus behavior standards that are captured in things like a code of conduct and a contributing MD. And one of the concerns we've had when we push out automated behavior-based standards is teams accepting the pull requests without having the team discussion around the behavior norms. And then running into situations where they're not handling things according to code of conduct because they didn't talk about it, or they didn't really talk about things like contribution warranty for accepting outside contributions. So have you seen any friction around that particular end of automating the push out of behavior standards, and how did you approach that at JPL?
So I was very intrigued by the metrics that you guys were collecting on these projects, but I was wondering if you have any data that show how the quality of the code improves once they've implemented these best practices. Do you have anything like that?
First, I want to say excellent presentation. I love it that I can go back to my team or multiple teams at a Fortune 500 company and say, hey, this is in the open. And what they're doing is mirroring a lot of internal dialogue that I see in our DevOps and our engineering empowerment team. So I just want to give a kudos to you all and your public mission in getting up here. So thank you, number one. One that came up too is, you know, I work at a Fortune 500 company and we use DORA metrics right now, kind of after putting a lot of these CI/CD metrics in place. And so if you are on GitHub, you might have the ability to easily collect those and to say, hey, you know, it might be a really interesting way to collect impact of, hey, we didn't have a deployment fail to the Mars rover or the equivalent like that. I'd love to see that. But the question I had is, I thought it was really interesting, the automatic code generation with StarCoder and things like that. Number one, that's going to open the eyes of some engineers out there that said, hey, I could never automate writing tests. That was my impression when I saw that. I'm wondering I'm sure there's materials out there, but your code example from NASA-JPL, is there any sources out there for replication or for us to take a look at? That's it.
No unit tests at all. And the big boss comes down and says, we need unit tests because these things break. And then everybody spends like a few weeks doing them. Like, if we could do this with AI, wow, that's just
Unit test coverage is probably good enough for a lot of projects out there.
So in that vein, KS, first of all, I was curious, you showed Llama and then you also talked about StarCoder. Which LLM are you actually using? And also, are you doing this closed loop, or you're reviewing all the unit tests, testing it, and then manually fixing it? Okay. And so what LLM are you using? Very dynamic. Yeah. Have you tried the Llama 3 with Python? Okay.
Appreciate the presentation. Loved it. I'm kind of knee deep doing this stuff across multiple different projects right now, so really appreciate it. My question for you is, where do you kind of envision this going, this project? You touched on Python and Java. I'm assuming you use that internally a lot. Is this something you want across conceivably all languages, or are you kind of focusing on a subset? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And let me just mention this also. Some of the things we've done, although they're tied to starter kit repositories in certain languages, they have components that can be cherry picked out and used almost universally across any repo or any project in any language. For instance, secrets detection. You have a GitHub action right now. You can pull it out, drop it into another repository. It's going to run in a container and it's going to check whatever language or whatever script is in that repository for secrets, and it's going to report it to you. So some of the stuff we're doing is universal.
Perfect. Thank you.
Last chance. All right. Oh.
Thanks. Great talk, by the way. I really, really appreciate it. This is something that I've been doing at our company as well, because we do have like a very decentralized model with squads sort of off doing their own thing and using their own language and frameworks or whatever. Not really a question, but just like a idea for you guys. So at our company we use ProGen, which is sort of like I don't know if you ever heard of Yeoman. It's kind of like a templating engine. But it also does almost everything that your starter kit does. So I was curious if you guys would be interested or thought about using tools like that in order to get teams to adopt it. It is. Made by some dudes at AWS, but yeah.
Testing? Testing? All right. Cool. Okay. All right. And we're 3 minutes past 12:30, so I'm going to get started here. Real quick note, I do have some swag in the back, so before you leave, grab some stickers, grab some of these paper pop-up trains. I have a ton, so feel free to grab a few if you have, friends in your life who are fans of transit, or any kids who would love these. They're great. Welcome to my talk, Navigating the Transit Data Landscape. How many of you took the train or bus here today? Nice, excellent, good job, love to see it. And how many of you are already familiar with transit data of any sort? Yeah, oh wow, that's a good chunk. I love to see that too. All right, well, I'm gonna start off a bit with some info about myself. Who am I? And it's because there's a lot of stuff I like to plug because I'm involved in a ton of things. So first and foremost, I work for LA Metro. I'm the tech lead on the digital experience team, which is part of our customer experience department. My background is as a software engineer. I am a public transit writer, and I have been for, my entire career, my entire adult life. I'm an urban explorer, civic tech nerd, multidisciplinary crafter and musician, and generally inquisitive person. A few of the things that I'm involved in that I want to plug, since I have this platform, is MapTime LA, which is a great meetup group and community for mapping enthusiasts. So we teach open source mapping tools, and we contribute to open mapping projects on OpenStreetMap, like Open Sidewalks, which is one that we're currently working on right now. So check us out on meetup.com. Data and Donuts, which is a monthly breakfast lecture series where we highlight local government tech and data projects. And then a couple events coming up that are annual, the LA Arts Datathon, which brings together the arts and tech communities, and then the International Humanitarian Mapathon, where we teach people how to contribute to hot OSM and humanitarian mapping efforts. And then finally, as of last year, I'm also on the board of directors of Mobility Data, and if you don't know what that is, I will get into that later on in this presentation. So just hold that in the back of your head. I need to mention it here, but I won't get into it right now. I graduated from Berkeley in electrical engineering and computer science in 2006. I spent 13 years at the County of Los Angeles doing systems analysis, web development, database work. And the past 4 years, I've spent at LA Metro getting neck deep in transit data and the world of transit data and technology. So this is what I want to share with you all today. What I do at Metro, in summary, advocate for rider information needs inside the agency, improve the way that our digital information reaches riders, advance data standards in the transit industry, and pilot more sustainable tech and data practices at the agency. And all of this with varying degrees of success, because it is a bureaucracy, there's a lot of barriers in place. It's an uphill battle, but this is what I do. And a few caveats here. I want to set the framing right. I am not involved in operations. Those are the people who run our service, who determine what our service is, who make sure that all the buses and trains run as on time as possible. I'm not involved with the hardware or the data infrastructure for that matter. I'm mostly on the public-facing side of things. Definitely not involved in service or planning, but I do like to ask questions, I like to learn, and I like to share, hence why I want to share everything I've learned in the past 4 years with you here today. And so, and in talking about transit data, what do I mean? So, how many of you are familiar with what this is? Yeah? Okay, you've seen this before. These are timetables. We print them out on paper. We put them online as PDFs. This is what our schedulers and planners work on to let the public know what our service looks like. We also have real-time data. So the buses and the trains have sensor technology incorporated in them that lets us know where they are. And then some stuff happens, a ton of stuff happens. It's a long process, but it ends up in your hands, in your phone, through these apps. You can see our schedule info, you can see our real-time info, where these buses and trains are in real time or not in real time, where they're supposed to be at what time, right? So how we get from there to there, and what happens in between. And there is a lot. There is so much, and I worried putting together this presentation that it was too much and at the same time too little. It's really hard to really encompass all of it. So think of this as like you're dipping your toes in the water. It's a long journey, and I'm going to cover a lot. I won't be able to get super in-depth into any of it, really, but if there's any part that you are particularly interested in, want to hear more about, have questions, keep that in mind and ask at the end, because there's so much more that I won't even be able to get to within this presentation. So, our first stop, generating the data. And that starts in our operations department with our service planners and our schedulers. A lot of factors go into planning and scheduling. And first and foremost, a note that I promised my operations people that I would let everyone know is operator is the preferred term for our drivers, bus drivers and the train drivers. They are called operators. So anywhere you see it say operator in this presentation, that's who I'm referring to. So operator safety and experience is a super high priority for our agency, and is a big factor that goes into the planning and scheduling that we do around our routes. Some of the important things to call out is, they want to make sure stops are in safe places, that we minimize the possibility of accidents, and that gets impacted by how long a trip is that an operator has to drive, and their familiarity with the route. If we're constantly switching the route on them, changing it up, that's a recipe for more accidents. And then really, really important for them too, access to essential amenities like bathrooms. You're driving a bus all day long and you want to be able to have access to bathrooms. So where are you going to go? That needs to be planned out, that's factored in, and it really dictates a lot of things. Community, of course, feedback from the community, looking at things like changing traffic patterns, commercial and residential developments, how much we expect this particular route to be used, and how it connects to other existing routes in the region from other agencies, so not even just our own service. We have to communicate out to other agencies, figure out where they are planning to change their routes, and then coordinate all of our service so that it makes sense on a regional level. And I know LA Metro is the big player in LA, but we have actually over 50 public transit services in LA that operate. Additionally, there are physical limitations, and of course this makes sense, but I didn't even think about this until I started working at Metro. They have to choose routes where the street is actually wide enough. They have to make turns where the intersection has a big enough angle for the length of our buses. And we have different length buses. And so depending on what kind of bus they intend to use on that route, whether it's a 40-footer or a long boy, they're going to have to choose which intersection to make that turn on. Efficiency, this is, of course, a big one as well. A lot of planning optimizes for cost benefit and how we efficiently allocate our resources. Part of that is, people run these buses. The people need to get to where the bus will operate. And how do you get that person to where that bus will start? That's going to be non-revenue dead time, and it's not going to be efficient if our operators, have to travel all over the place just to even start their shift and run the bus. So there's a lot of optimization of where staff is along these routes as well. And of course, we want to run the most amount of service that we can for the least amount of cost so that we can maximize how much service we offer to the public. Another important thing is, near side versus far side stops. Planning likes to prioritize far side stops because you've passed the signal at that point. If you stop before the signal, then you might get stuck behind a red light. And so that's one of the efforts where they've been trying to move these near side stops to far side to make the routes more efficient. And then we have, let me see, is this the, yeah, okay, final area, topic, category here, jurisdiction. Another huge important one, like I mentioned earlier, where, bus drivers need somewhere to use the bathroom, and that depends on agreements that we have in place. It's the same with where the bus runs, where the stops are, where the buses layover, because the operators need breaks as well. We, Metro, do not own any of the streets in LA County, even though we operate in LA County. The LA County streets are owned by either the county or the cities that are in the county, all 88 cities. And so if we want to have a route run through, if we want to put a stop on this street, or have a bus, sit there and lay over for a while so our operator can take a break, those cities have to agree to this. And that can be a problem in some cities because some of them won't agree to this, and that heavily impacts what kind of service we can provide, how we plan our service, the length of the routes, and all of that. All of that needs to be negotiated. So there's a lot of barriers before we even get to the data itself. But next step, after all that's figured out, we have a scheduling system. It's called HASTIS. It's a product by Jiro. A lot of transit agencies use this enterprise-level scheduling system, and it handles a lot of things beyond just scheduling or managing our service. Of course, it does the scheduling, but it also manages operator assignments to routes, service cancellations, because it's changing all the time. People get sick, stuff happens, we have to switch people in and out. Cost optimization, operator payroll functions, and also long-term planning for the network as a whole. So all of that gets put into this HASTA system, and the data from there is exported as GTFS. So who here has heard of GTFS before? All right, sweet. Nice, that's a handful, and I think I know who you folks are. And so I'm guessing you're the same ones who have worked with GTFS before. All right, so for everyone else, this is brand new, which is great, because I love introducing people to new things, especially GTFS, because that's my jam these days, is data standards. So what is GTFS? It is a data specification. So a set of rules defining what a data set should look like for the producers and the consumers. As someone creating the data, I need to know how should I create the data, what data types, what are the possible values, and the consumers then know how to expect that data when they receive it so that they're building stuff that can use a standardized set of data. But GTFS is more than that. It is specifically a representation of transit service. It is a transit agency service in a machine-readable format. So why does it exist? You could probably guess, but without this data standard, every transit agency would be publishing their data completely differently. You would have chaos. The consumers of the data would have to create custom code to account for every single possibility of every way that any transit agency would publish their service. And as I mentioned earlier, in LA County alone, we have over 50 public transit service providers. So let me take a quick detour from talking about Metro and what GTFS is and get into the origins. And It's not super technical, but I think it's really important to understand how this came about because I see GTFS as so important to the public's ability to use public transit as a service. And by understanding it, we can learn from what happened in its development and maybe replicate it in other ways, you know. So we're going to go back in time to 2005, and some of you might recall what Google Maps looked like back in 2005. Very different from what we use today. And it was that year that Google decided to partner with TriMet, which is the transit agency up in Portland. And in this partnership, they had this goal, which I've quoted here from Bibiana McHugh, one of the TriMet employees who was spearheading this effort there. They wanted to make it just as easy to get transit directions as it is to get driving directions from anywhere in the world. So this happened at a really opportune moment, you know, in terms of the technological barriers that could have prevented this from happening. TriMet already had their service as data in their scheduling system. It was already in tables. It could already be exported as CSV, so that machine-readable data already existed in some format. It didn't need to be created from analog. That data was already, yes, able to be exported, so that was like huge barrier already in the world of government, and back in 2005 at that. In terms of business barriers, TriMet as an agency already supported open source and open data. They are already publishing open data feeds used by outside developers. Their procurement policies already accounted for open source. So they already had open source friendly procurement policies for a decade at that point. And if you ever hear me talk about government technology work, that's such a huge thing. Procurement is such a huge, huge deal. And then they were able to find a willing partner in private industry with Google Maps. So all of these really led into their success. And it was a success. By the end of the year in 2005, Google Transit launched. Here's a screenshot that I found on the internet. It went live, and they found that it was a huge success. Hits to the site were really huge, even by Google standards. And this was the beginnings of GTFS. So at that point, GTFS stood for Google Transit Feed Specification because of Google's involvement. And Google Transit expands in 2007. More cities, more transit agencies are recognizing the benefits of publishing GTFS because then Google Transit can show their service, people can get directions, and this is a huge need for transit writers. At the same time, I want to call out 2007 to 2009 is when we see the first iPhone launch, first Android launch, and 4G starts to spread. Some of the key early decisions that they made with this early version of GTFS was to keep the CSV format that was published by the scheduling systems because they wanted to keep it as simple as possible to make sure that smaller, less resourced transit agencies could still publish this data without any proprietary technology or complicated data standard needs that they need specialized people in order to produce. They also chose to keep the data specification open and free and make the resulting data free and publicly accessible. And all of this is super, super important. So in 2010, a major shift happens. We get rid of the Google, and we call it general. So it's still GTFS, but now it is the general transit feed specification. And this is because GTFS, it is growing, it's becoming widely popular, but people are concerned that, is this just promoting or benefiting Google products? They want to grow the ecosystem, but they want to recognize that, no, this is being used outside of Google products, and we want the ecosystem to grow outside of Google products. So the name is officially changed to General Transit Feed Specification. Another thing to call out around this time, as it's getting really popular, development starts to splinter off. As different transit agencies have different needs, They're creating their own flavors of this and putting out their own versions of GTFS, and this is starting to become a problem. And so keep that in the back of your head as we move forward to 2011. The GTFS real-time extension is released. So remember, we talked about GTFS OG. It's all based on the scheduling system. That's all just planned service. It's static data. It doesn't change. But we have this huge breakthrough in 2011 where Google and a group of transit agencies partner up to define an extension to GTFS for real-time data based on real-time GPS location tracking. And then jump forward to 2015, we start to see some consolidation efforts in the industry around transit data. The Rocky Mountain Institute hosted a 2-day workshop on transit data interoperability. They put out a recommendation to create best practices to grow this space. And so in 2017, we see those best practices published. There's a working group that is convened, and this work continues as they host another 2-day workshop to identify more challenges and opportunities to improve transit data. And so we jump forward to 2019. Remember, I mentioned mobility data. This is when mobility data is established. Now, I don't know about you guys, but the past 4 years have been a blur for me, and it was kind of like a shock when, I was doing my work, and I knew about GTFS and how it's integral to our service and how people write our system, and mobility data was only established in 2019, so the year before the pandemic hit. But this is important because mobility data is basically this nonprofit that was established to oversee the continued growth of GTFS. Before we had a lot of splintering off of different teams, different groups doing their own thing, and they recognized that was a problem in these working groups that they convened. And that working group effort led into the creation of this nonprofit to kind of consolidate it all, to really enforce a governance process to see GTFS grow, but make sure it's done in a way that the entire industry can agree with and will benefit everyone. So fast forward to today, GTFS is used by over 10,000 agencies in over 100 countries. It's an international data standard, and mobility data themselves, their work has grown as well. So their work now covers not just GTFS, which is for public transit data. It also covers data platforms and tools around GTFS, as well as shared mobility data. So I won't really get into this, but GBFS is the general bike feed specification for bike share, and they also help oversee that and its growth. So next stop, GTFS schedule. So this is the original version of GTFS that I mentioned that gets exported from scheduling systems. It's that planned service information. Metro releases bus and rail GTFS as separate data sets. And this is for a variety of reasons, but if you want to use our data, just note you're going to find them in separate data sets. And they get updated at different frequencies as well. So our rail is updated every weekday night in an automated process. Our bus service is updated during what we call shakeups. And those are usually twice a year in June and December. And then we roll out minor updates on a weekly basis. So a little bit about the shakeups. This is an operational thing, and a lot of this stuff revolves around how we operate our service. So shakeups are when major service changes happen. So major changes to routes and stops. This is also the bus operator's chance to bid on which routes they're going to drive, and often that's based on their seniority, how long they've been at Metro. They get to bid on the choicier, routes, and leave the ones that people don't like for the newer folk. But this is why major changes don't happen outside of the shakeups. So what does GTFS schedule data look like? Again, because they wanted to keep it simple. It is a zip file, And inside the zip file is a series of text files, right? These ones on the left are the minimum required ones. But because it's grown and expanded a lot, you can see on the right, like there's so many more that could be included. So not everyone, not nearly close to everyone publishes the full set of data. But there's a lot encompassed within GTFS of how you could represent a transit service. So I'll go over them real quick. Hopefully it's not too small. But I'm not going to get into like super nitty-gritty details of this. I'm just giving you a high-level overview. So agency.txt, this is it tells you what agencies are in this particular GTFS data set. One thing to note too, each of these files, they are CSV, and you can think of them as tables in a relational database. They have IDs that serve as primary. They have primary keys, and they have foreign keys. So those will come up. I'll call them out over here. So you have agency ID in here. You have routes. So this is a list of all of the routes that are included in this GTFS data set. So the data I'm pulling here is actually from our current Metro bus GTFS. And then, let's see, stops, list of stops, pretty simple, straightforward. One thing to note is that in the stops.txt, it doesn't, at least for us at Metro, it doesn't represent all possible stops, just the active ones that are represented within this GTFS data set. Since we release it 6 months at a time, it only represents this 6 months of service. Next 6 months, service might change, bus stops might change. Calendar.txt, this tells you the dates that service runs. We separate our service into weekdays, Saturday, and Sunday. And then trips.txt, this starts to get a little bit more complicated now. A trip is a combination of at least 2 stops during a specific time period traveled by a single vehicle. So that's a little complicated, but you'll see on stop times, hopefully that will make a little bit more sense. So stop times tells you the times that a vehicle arrives at and departs from for each stop on each trip. Oops. And so you see in the second column, we've got arrival times, departure times, and then stop IDs. It's not really human readable there, but those are all the different stops along that route. And you see stop sequence, which tells you the order that the bus is traveling. And then we've got a stop head sign, which is supposed to represent like what the bus shows on its head sign, that display at the front of the bus. And this file is over 200 megabytes big, unzipped for our bus GTFS because we have a lot of bus service. And then just a quick little diagram showing you the relationship between these files and the various IDs. And now I'll get into, there you go. A few things to be aware of, because data standards are great, and I love them, and I plug them, but they don't account for operational reality all the time, and you may not realize how or why. So, some gotchas to be aware of if you're planning to use this data. So within stoptimes.txt, there are these 2 fields called pickup type and drop-off type, and that indicates whether or not a passenger can be picked up or dropped off at this stop. So you might look at stop times and see this list of stops and think, okay, the bus serves all of these stops. Not completely true. You got to check these fields and make sure that they are both 0 to be able to say, yes, as a rider, I can get on a bus here or I can get off a bus here. And this could, because the data in here reflects our schedule service, we may include stops in there that are layovers or terminals that passengers are not allowed to get on or get off a bus at. So that's why it happens. Another thing, in stops.txt, easy enough, it's a list of stops. Well, if we look at our rail stops are actually these stations, right? And so there's this whole concept of like these, what are they called? Parent-children stops, because there's a lot of information to represent at a station in terms of it being a stop. You have it as a stop, and so location type, you have stop or platform, and then you have station, and you also have entrances and exits. And this is important, especially when we have like really big stations where you may get in on one street and then get out like 4 blocks later. I don't know if it's 4 blocks, but at least maybe like 2 or 3 blocks, further away. Some of our stations can be pretty big. So the data actually represents the different entrances, and you can see that in the stop name here for 7th Street and Metro Center. The name includes the different entrances, as well as the elevators, and they are related to the parent station's stop ID with that parent station column in the far right. But one thing to note for Metro's data, which is a problem that I am trying to bring up with our operations people, is that we currently do not have separate data points for each side of the platform. What we have is a single point for each platform. So this at 7th Street Metro Center, you can see the very first row and the very last row, we have the platforms for the A&E lines as well as the B&D lines, but you can't distinguish between, each side of the platform. And that's a problem when you want to use GTFS to navigate. So one thing to note about Metro's bus GTFS with our IDs is that our IDs change. They're not persistent between shakeups for route ID and trip ID. And that can be a problem if you're expecting, oh, a route ID, yeah, like that's the ID for the route. ID that represents that route, shouldn't change. Well, no, not quite. So you'll see it's actually kind of split in 2 parts. The first part is a number that's kind of like the route number. The second part after the dash, that is the HASTIS version number, HASTIS being our scheduling system. So each time they make changes to service, the HASTIS system will generate a new version number, for tracking, and that gets exported with our route ID. And it is annoying, but it can be useful to see like, oh, is this actually a new data set from this other one I was using, or what? And similarly within trips.txt for trip ID, we have the first part, which I'll get into in a bit, but that second part reflects that shakeup date. So December 2023, that's when this current version of our GTFS was released. So that will change with each shakeup. So then for that first part of the trip ID, it was not persistent before, but within the past few years, because so many of our consumers identified it as a problem, our operations felt forced to create a format for a permanent trip ID. So that first portion should actually be persistent between shakeups. I haven't tested this out, so I can't confirm for you what percentage of the time it persists, actually. But this is how it's broken down. I won't get into it, but they have a whole system for defining what that code looks like. And then we have parent-child routes. So some routes that you may take and may be familiar with may not have their own dedicated route ID. This is one of the most confusing things that I had to wrap my brain around at Metro, and it's like one of the most confusing things that we've had our data consumers complain to us about. But there are many reasons why it is the case. So just to give an explanation of what this is, let me see, do I have it in here? Okay, I didn't, I'll have to figure this out. But anyway, why we do parent-child routes? Let me back up a bit. I don't know why I ordered the slides this way, but okay. one thing that indicates a parent-child route is that in the stop times file, that stop head sign that I mentioned, what shows up at the front for a bus, you'll see in the middle of a trip, it changes. It says 48 Melrose, and then bam, suddenly it says 10 Melrose. And now instead of being on the 48 bus, you're actually on the 10 bus, surprise. And so in the data, you'll see that reflected a bit. When you use a single trip ID for these routes that have parent-child routes, it may not always be the same route number throughout that entire trip. And we also have non-standard route code and destination code fields. So these are not part of the GTFS standard. But so you've got trip ID there, and you can see that they're the same for all of these rows. You've got stop sequence. So these are all sequential stops, one stop after the other. And then we've got stop head sign, like I said before, changes between 43 and 44. And then we throw in these additional fields, route code and destination code, which is just stop head sign broken up. So you can actually reference route code to get at what the actual number of the bus is. So why do we do this? So operationally, it goes back to some of those service planning things that I mentioned at the very beginning. Some of our trips, they change route mid-trip. They change the route number mid-trip to avoid ending that trip where the route changes. So if we set it up where, it's the 48 and then bam, and then suddenly it's a new trip where the 10 starts, we are obligated to have a layover there and provide access to a bathroom. This is like a technical definition thing, what a single trip is. So we stretch the definition of a trip. So the trip is not necessarily tied to the number itself. The trip is just a sequence of stops, and we can change the route number, in between. But if we ended that trip right there, we have to have a layover there, and we need access to a bathroom there. And again, like I mentioned before, some cities won't agree to let us lay over on their street, so we cannot end that trip there. We try to negotiate contractual agreements with local businesses so that our operators can use their bathrooms, but sometimes we can't find one that will allow them to use their bathroom, so we can't end a trip there. Sometimes that means we have to build our own bathrooms, but this impacts how we design our service, and that shows in the data, and it's something you have to account for when you're looking at this data. All right, next stop, real time. This is fun stuff. So, how many of you use Google Maps or Transit app to plan transit trips? Yeah, awesome. So you might be familiar with a screen like this. This is Transit app. And on the left side here, I have got the three different categories of real-time data that makes up GTFS real-time. So that is vehicle location, which is just live vehicle locations of the vehicles, like it says, like literally GPS coordinates. You've got trip updates, so these are predictions. How far away is that vehicle from this stop? Are there delays? Are there cancellations? And then finally, we have alerts, which is a feed that provides a description of a service disruption. So I've pointed out on the screenshots here what these categories of real-time data translate to, right? Vehicle location, when you see like a little icon of a bus or train moving on a map, that's pulling in vehicle location data. When you see prediction times, like, at this Western Century stop, the bus is 0 minutes away, the next one is 24 minutes away. These are all algorithmically created arrival predictions from trip updates, caveat, if they show you the little Wi-Fi symbol there. So some of them will have that visual indicator that tell you the prediction is based on real-time data. Some of them will, if they don't get that real-time data because there's technological issues, maybe, you know, the data is down or they're not seeing it for this bus, they may show you scheduled data, and some apps will indicate to you that actually that prediction is just based off of the schedule. It's not actually based on real-time situations. So that's something to be aware of when you're using these apps. It's not always based on real-time data. And then finally, service alerts. Usually that's like, you know, a paragraph. I don't know. Okay. All right. So that's like, you know, a description of like what's going on, disrupting this route. All right. Oops. All right, time for another detour. Real-time tracking for bus. So this is some background info into the technology that we actually use on our buses and trains. So on our buses, we actually have two systems that give us location. ATMS, which stands for Advanced Transportation Management System. This is like a whole suite of smart technologies that include AVL, standard transit industry term, for automatic vehicle location. Now, our ATMS system transmits this location data to us via radio, and thus the updates come every 2 to 3 minutes, and it was fully deployed back in 2006, so we're talking almost 20 years old at this point. We have, thankfully, a much newer system that was installed, which is our Wi-Fi routers. So on the buses, maybe you've connected to the Wi-Fi that's on the buses before. So they'll transmit data to us via cell towers. And those updates are every 2 to 5 seconds. And those were only fully deployed back in 2021. So that's when we really started to ramp up, you know, real-time vehicle location possibilities with our bus system. Now for rail, we've got something completely different, track circuits. How many of you are familiar with track circuits? Nice, okay, all right, more than I expected, which is cool. So track circuits, it's literally an electrical circuit in the tracks, and if the electricity is running through, that tells us no train, we're good. Once the train enters that track, because it's got like the wheels and the axle that connect the two sides, bam, that circuit's shorted. Now we know, yes, train, there's a train in that segment. So how we can, like, where we know the train is based on that segment of track, depending on how big that track is, that track circuit is. We know that train is somewhere in there. We don't know where. We just know at what moment it entered that segment. And then once we detect, oh, hey, it's in this other segment, now we know it's left that segment. Now it's in this one. So it is real time, but it's not quite GPS location. And that, it's sketchy. You know, we're working on having more precise location methods, but it's a pilot project. You know, what I've heard in asking operations about this is that, you know, all of the equipment that gets installed on these trains, they have to be federally approved. They have to pass standards. They don't want non-standard equipment getting in there, being a security issue, being a risk. And so that includes GPS location tracking. And so it's been a problem because the standards have not moved as quickly as our technology has in other parts of our lives. So there is going to be a pilot project. It's still going to be a few years. Oh, and then here, just a little photo for you of the SCADA system, which is what the whole rail control monitoring system is called. And you can see here, oh, I don't know if you can see from where you are, but this representation of our tracks, it shows these blocks, and that's because of the track circuits. It just tells you where in that block on the track the train is. All right, so a little technical detail on GTFS real-time. The format it uses is protobuf, which stands for protocol buffer, and it's a binary format created by Google to be more efficient when transferring lots of data, and we're dealing with a ton of data when we're talking about real-time. So not as user-friendly as CSV, but a lot of times our real-time providers will provide the data in JSON as well. So that's nice. So here's an example of that real-time data as JSON. And you'll see sometimes that Wi-Fi routers, let's see. So our Wi-Fi routers will send a location as long as the bus is powered. So sometimes you will see, like that top segment, a location without a trip tied to it. And that's a problem because you don't know what route that bus is running. If it's running one, you don't know where it's supposed to be going. And sometimes that's because it's traveling between trips. It's not actually serving bus riders or traveling to a stop. It could just be waiting between trips. Let's see. Vehicle could be replacing another vehicle, and the bus operations control center maybe didn't reassign it properly, or that ATMS system might be down, and that ATMS system is what tells us what route is this bus supposed to be running, what trip is this bus running. Let's see. All right, end of the line. We're finally nearing the end. Sorry, I know this has been a lot. Where do we go from here? More GTFS, more GTFS. It is constantly growing. There is an amendment process for the specifications. You can check them out on the website. It's really well documented. There is a whole governance process around it. Broadly speaking, if you want to put out a new extension to GTFS, it requires one data producer, one data consumer, a production implementation, and then a series of public votes on GitHub. So it's all done in the open, which is great. And here's a few examples of recent and ongoing extensions. So trip modifications. What this is detour shapes in GTFS real time. Because schedules has been out for so long, that's pretty good. We're covered with planned service. A lot of what we're dealing with now in terms of the data representation is when we deviate from planned service, disruptions that happen, bus has to take a detour. How do we communicate that? Trip modifications is one of the first steps towards that. Voting closed just a few days ago on the 7th, so this is happening in real time, guys. And you can check out the pull request. You can see all the players involved. This was a partnership between Transit app and Swiftly. And the three screenshots you see on the side are the production implementations with the transit agencies that they partnered with. So locally, actually, Torrance Transit was one of the pilot projects. So if you take Torrance Transit and you use Transit app, you will theoretically see their detours in the app. So check that out. We also have Flex, which is an extension for non-fixed route on-demand or flexible transit. And so this is like rideshare, when you try to schedule a vehicle and it comes and picks you up. Yes, like Metro Micro. It is most often used in rural areas. And actually for Metro Micro, we don't actually use Flex. We use a different standard that's called GOFS Lite, which I won't get into, but that's the one that Transit app takes in. And we have Fares V2, which is how to represent fares. And there was a really basic implementation before in 2022, the V2 version 2, which advances that implementation, got passed, which is great. But it still doesn't have the capability of representing fare capping, which is what Metro has moved to. So we're still waiting on that. Mobility data themselves, they're hiring, check them out. They are also home to more data interoperability things, I guess, specifications, but also there's a big push there for transit data interoperability in general beyond just GTFS. They are hosting an international summit later this year. And you can follow along with what they're doing on the newsletter. You can get involved on GitHub, and they have a Slack where you can ask questions as well if you need help on how to use some of the specification. I do want to call out CalITP, which is a project out of Caltrans. They've been a huge partner for us. They are really doing a lot of work to make it easier to take public transit across the entire state, including around contactless payments, benefits, and making sure all the transit agencies are outputting GTFS. And then we've got mobility data interoperability principles, which I won't get into too much, but it's this effort that was started by Cal ITP, and it's basically this declaration that our industry needs interoperable data to advance. We need transit agencies and we need vendors to buy into all of this. Mobility data has become the new home and is going to continue the work. What is Metro doing? Metro is a partner with Cal ITP, so we've been supporting their efforts in the LA region. We're also a co-author on these interoperability principles. We are actively looking for partnership opportunities on various extensions, and we try to participate actively on the voting for the new extensions as well. We also internally have a mobile app consolidation working group, and through that effort, we are pushing for more GTFS schedule and real-time data to exist on a regional level. So it's not just Metro, it's not just Big Blue Bus or Long Beach Transit, the big players providing real-time data. We can get a lot of the smaller transit services in smaller cities to show up with real-time data as well. And we are actively advocating for and expanding data standards in the industry. A bunch of more resources for your journey here. I'll post the slides online, and you can get at the links there. So hopefully you don't have to worry too much about catching all of these links. But there's a bunch of tools. There's a whole ecosystem that exists out there. A lot of projects and apps that use data. Shout out to Catenary Maps over here. And Metro's data as well. We have sites where it's available. And finally, thank you to some of my colleagues in operations as well as at mobility data for a lot of the information as I was able to share with you. This is my cat muffin. There's my info and my LinkedIn. Feel free to reach out to me. I wish I had more time for questions. But yeah, that's it. Okay, sweet. We do have time for questions. Yeah. Yes.
Hi. Really cool talk. Quick question. If I wanted to grab all of the data for LA Metro and all 50 partners in one place, does that exist, or do I have to go scrape 50 people to do it?
Ooh. So I don't think you can get it as a single download.
No, just a single source.
Just a single source.
Like a single place
yes.
to go to.
So that was part of the stuff I rushed through, so I will go back. Okay, so we have GTFS catalogs. I would say if you're focused on LA area, well, let's see. Actually, I don't even know off the top of my head which would be the best source because they kind of aggregate at a much higher level. So maybe we could create a source that's just LA County. But Cal ITP, they actually have these monthly quality reports. And I'll open this up so that you can take a look at this. So what's really cool about their site and what they're doing is that they are taking in people's or transit agencies' GTFS, and they're indicating whether that agency has a real-time feed. They're giving you high-level information about the service provided by the agency, and information about technology vendors if they have it. They're monitoring it, and then down here, they're also checking to see if it follows the transit data guidelines that they've produced to make sure that these GTFS data feeds have or are following best practices. So you can see here a whole compliance checklist at the bottom. And there are very high-level things at this point, but they do have this available. And it's, there are like other databases as well. Mobility Data hosts one that they're building out. There's a company called Interline that runs Transitland, which is also an international database of GTFS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a push to organize GTFS for algorithms? Because the way it's implemented requires you to go through every single element. Do you know any movements for that?
I don't know off the top of my head, except some of these projects probably have some sort of implementation to address that. So One Bus Away, Open Trip Planner, they all take in GTFS and are ways to like provide back that information to riders in a user-friendly way. I haven't been involved on that technical of a level, so I don't really know for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Great talk, Nina.
Thanks.
Love to hear, bringing open source to open source conference, a lot of the work you're doing in government and clearly sharing that out. So question, as a frequent writer, often in like LA County, sometimes I notice like buses come late or things like that. And so what I thought was really interesting here is the real-time data that's been developed according to schedule. So how does that play out with real-time in the city? So it's like, hey, this bus is late, or hey, we have this happening where we're going to want to send more buses or trains to that. How is this used in like real time to, instead of after the fact or after the day for performance reports in real time to ensure better quality of writing?
Absolutely. So that gets into some stuff that I didn't even get a chance to talk about, but I get to show you guys because lucky for you, I have access. So our real-time predictions vendor is this company called Swiftly right now. And they provide us with this dashboard that we can use to see what's going on in real time. And not only that, it is something that our bus operations control center, our BOC, we call it the BOC and the ROC, bus operations, rail operations. But they're able to input service disruptions into this system, and that gets incorporated into the data going out because Swiftly is the one who publishes our real-time data. So you can see. Is that manual or is that automated? So some of it is manual, some of it is automated. We do have cancellations that get put into the scheduling system that gets exported as a data feed that Swiftly will take in. So they'll automatically pull those in as adjustments, which you can kind of see here, items that say they're created by active batch. But then some of it is manually created, probably like this closed stop, which is, what is it? Yeah, construction. Yeah. There's start end times, and then, with the moment it's in here, the Swiftly's algorithms will know to account for that and make adjustments to the prediction times that go out to the public and to all of the apps that take in this data. And actually, that's another great thing to call out too. So you might notice differences in the way that like Google Maps or Transit app or whoever shows you prediction times. Like how many minutes away is this bus from the stop? And on a basic level, they are all receiving the same data. It's all data that's coming from us through Swiftly. They may do stuff to it, like, I don't know, Google Maps may add in like traffic stuff in their algorithm to modify it or whatever. They may do their own changes based on historical patterns that they've seen, but on a base level, all that location data comes from us. There is no separate other magical source where they're getting where the buses and trains are. All right. All right, thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But is there an open source standard for public restrooms?
That's a great question. I don't know that there is, and I'm trying to think of the.
There needs to be.
Yeah, like I think the main problem would be like maybe who would own that, I suppose.
Yeah.
But I
There's
think.
a lot of issues around that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know I've talked to other people who are interested in that because it's a real need.
If anybody would be aware, you might be aware of it.
I think I've heard of efforts to create that as a data set, actually through my work with MapTime and OpenStreetMap mapping. I think some people have. All right, thank you. Yeah.
Is there any, because what you talked about is
Test, test. Yes, that's it. Welcome everyone, and thanks for joining. My name is Lodewijk Geloof. I will be talking about voting and participatory budgeting. I'll explain to you what all that means in a bit. But first of all, who here is familiar with the concept of participatory budgeting? Few people. Anyone participatory democracy? Anyone involved with cities? I'm just trying to gauge a little bit like what the room is like. Yeah, so I work at the Stanford Deliberative Democracy Lab. We work on different versions of participatory democracy, engaging people in the democratic process through less conventional means. And I have done my PhD and do still joint work with Ashish Goel's lab, the crowdsourced democracy team on the other side of campus in engineering. Today I will be talking about participatory budgeting, but we also have a number of other projects, and I would be happy to talk about those afterwards. Let's see how much time there's left over. Just as a little bit of background so that you understand where I'm coming from, there's a few different topics that I've been working on in the past years. One of them is structured conversations for an open-ended consultation phase. Really where you're trying to, if you're a city manager, if you're a government, and you want to engage people in like open-ended questions, how would you do that? So you can use, so we built a tool where you can use video chat, and you can do that at scale. So you can bring people together, put them in small video chat rooms, and they can go through a structured agenda and arrive at some kind of conclusion. A second tool that we've built, that has been built in our group over the past years, is for participatory budgeting, which is really focused on the voting phase, which is where cities can use to engage their residents in a budgeting process. And third, we're still working on different tools to get feedback from residents on city budgeting processes in general. So if the city wants to reevaluate like how they're spending their budget across different departments, how would you do that? Today I'll be focusing on participatory budgeting, but as I mentioned, I'm happy to talk a little bit more about the others as well. And later I'll quickly touch a little bit on some learnings that we had from the city budgeting feedback processes. So first I will be talking a little bit about like what participatory budgeting is, what you can do with it, what to expect. I will be explaining a little bit what the Stanford Participatory Budgeting platform is. And then I will be going a little bit into the different voting methods that you can use in this kind of setup, and how they compare with each other, some of the research findings that we have come to in our research group. And I will be talking about different budget feedback processes that we have run over in the years. And maybe we can talk a little bit about what else is possible. I think it's safe to say that trust in politics and politicians is not at the highest point ever at this point. Whether it's in the United States or whether it's globally, I think that is an understatement. And while people may have doubts about elections, they seem to be still willing to be engaged in the decision process. They're definitely interested in affecting the outcome, in giving their input. Even when people complain, they do care. And in a way, interest in local politics, for example, has never been so high. We see that, for example, a lot in school boards, but often that is on a very specific topic. And they usually have a very specific reason to come there, and not always with a very constructive approach. And this involvement does not have to be limited, as they show, but as we will also see later, to electing your favorite candidates. When a community gets involved in decisions, that gives an opportunity to increase transparency and accountability at the governments. So hopefully it can also help improve the quality of the decisions in the process.
I'm currently a postdoctoral researcher at the Deliberative Democracy Lab, and I'm also part of the Crowdsourced Democracy team, where I did my PhD. And this team approaches this problem in a multidisciplinary fashion. So they create these theoretical models based on applied mathematics, and then they try to implement those in more like applied algorithms, and they try to then understand like how would we implement that in software, and how can we actually implement that software then with partners in cities to see how actual people behave. Because a lot of these applied mathematics, as some of you may know, usually make a lot of assumptions about people who are participating in it. For example, you are all-knowing, fully informed, totally rational, which sounds great and is really necessary if you want to do any mathematics on it, but it doesn't necessarily hold. So we really need to do some research to make sure that whatever is the outcome of such a pipeline, it actually makes a lot of sense. So that is where I was involved. We focus our efforts especially on the more complex questions, so things that go beyond yes or no, or A or B, like what we've basically been doing for a few thousand years now. This is where I think technology really has an opportunity to make a difference and engage people in the process better. We're aiming at solutions that are fairly representing the stakeholders, that are efficient in use, and most importantly, that can actually be used by regular people. It turns out that is often the case in local questions. It turns out to be really hard to make a distinction between should we buy a submarine or an air carrier. Like defense decisions are really hard to make for regular people. But if you have to make a decision whether you want to improve the playground or whether you want to invest more money in the library system, that is something that people can actually relate to. If you want to fill potholes or if you want to put decoration on the walls, those are decisions that people can actually have an opinion on and can be constructive with. Therefore, we collaborate with local governments especially, and sometimes with NGOs, by providing them with a platform that they can use to actually engage with these people. Our participatory budgeting platform is one of these, and it's currently being deployed in many cities. So we really value democratic participation in our democracies highly, and we usually have to limit our questions to questions that are really easy to yield answers. Choices, yes or no, Republican or Democrat. But even if you consider third-party candidates, the complexity really pales compared to open-ended questions, to budgeting questions, to questions that a decision maker is actually faced with when we're trying to engage their stakeholders. It's much harder to ask complex policy questions. And it probably is probably clear the problem. The number of possible answers to a single question of how should you spend a certain amount of budget is so much larger, and it's even impossible to write out all the different answers that you could give to that. So we will need to structure these problems a little bit more in a way that people can actually answer them in a constructive way, and that it somehow becomes tractable. So a natural category of problems that has some structure that we can use is participatory budgeting, or budgeting in general. But in budgeting, we have money that really helps us to structure the problem. We have a single dollar amount, which has a clear defined value. And within that category of budgeting, there's participatory budgeting, which has many different definitions. But in general, we have a fixed pot of money. We have a group of people that tries to come up with a preferred set of ideas, of proposals, of projects that they want to spend the money on. So this call for engagement is not really new, right? Like to get people engaged in the government, that's something that people have been calling for many decades, if not much longer. It is often even mandated to some extent in cities by federal law, but it can be limited. It can be as limited as, for example, a public hearing on Thursday evening at City Hall, where nobody really shows up, or where everybody shows up and gets to speak for 1 minute. It can be limited. It can be all the way from like information providing, where people may be able to speak but not really influence the process, all the way to like actually inclusive participation in, for example, some smaller communities. But it all starts from the principle that people on the streets have some unique insights. They have some unique information to contribute to the process that really could help the decision makers to make better decisions. They like to be engaged, and why not ask them directly in some way? How can we optimally tap into their understanding of their own neighborhoods? So participatory budgeting is probably on the more empowering side of that spectrum, all the way from like information providing to actually engaging people in the actual question. And the definitions of participatory budgeting range all the way from like from informal surveys where we're just asking people, what is your opinion, to processes where residents actually get to propose spending items and actually decide on how their budget is being spent. The term is initially introduced in South America in the 1980s. Porto Alegre is often mentioned as the place where it started. And since then, it's spread all over the world with all these different definitions, different versions of it, and usually have some kind of allocating budget. So they have some pot of money to divide. It is essential that the stakeholders are, of course, participating in one way or another. Otherwise, you should just call it budgeting. And they are usually involved to some extent in not just the development of like what should be the projects, but also like how to actually how actually the money should be divided between those projects. So in the United States, a ward, a city, a district usually makes a budget available, like for example, like a few $100,000, $1 million. That's kind of the range that it often operates on. And they might make the budget available and invite people to actually come up with a proposal. They do that in some kind of committee hearings, or they do that in like town hall meetings. And then they go through a public process where people are encouraged to develop those proposals and rigorously go through them and make them a better quality. Then they're often vetted by experts so that they're up to standards of the budgeting in the city itself, to make sure that the costs are realistic, that they're workable, that they're executable. And then finally, when there is a ballot with viable projects that people can actually decide between, it's being put to a vote. And that is, and often there's a rubber stamping step after that necessary, because not all states allow you to make these decisions formally through a vote like this. But the idea is, of course, that the chosen projects actually get implemented. Cities have been organizing this process on paper and in person for quite a while now. I think the city of Chicago was one of the first to do this in their wards. And proposals are often collected at town hall meetings, improved in subcommittees, but usually the voting happened on paper. And as you can imagine, nowadays this also is being considered to go digital. Especially in the last few years, this really took a flight. So our platform, for example, which allows you to do this digitally, has been used by Chicago for quite a few years now. And initially that started as digital voting booths on polling stations, so where you basically put a laptop out and people can vote that way. Recently it has been more and more commonplace, and cities can, for example, choose a digital platform if they want to reach more young voters, if they want to make it easier for people to participate, if you want to reach different demographics, or if you want to engage them in a more complex way, in a more creative way through the voting process. Many cities end up combining paper and digital voting in one way or another. Every step that removes a barrier to voting helps, because the turnout in these elections is often very low. So it's really about the engagement. I think if you have a process where you engage like 5 to 10% of the people, of the population, that's actually quite a high turnout in many of these cities. Because it's not happening during regular elections. It's happening as an off-cycle process. And getting so many people to show up for something is quite a lot of effort. So some interesting tidbits that I found in the academic literature about this process is that, for example, analysis from New York suggests that if you organize this process and you engage traditionally underrepresented minorities or underrepresented groups in general in this process, it increases the likelihood that they also actually participate in regular elections. We see that if people engage in a budget exercise like this, that it helps improve their understanding of budgetary issues in general. And turnout is often low, so we see, like I mentioned, like a 5 to 10% turnout is actually quite a nice result. So if you're interested in organizing PB, there's a lot of information online. For example, participatory budgeting from PVP has a lot of information. People Powered has a lot of information. You can always shoot me an email and I'm happy to connect you. But today we will be mostly talking about the voting process and all the voting methods that are out there. So as I mentioned, you can use online technology for this, but for that it's important to quickly identify there's many phases in this process, and you can of course use this technology also in different ways. So you could, for example, decide to do the idea collection online. Or you could have your online meetings online, just Zoom or Google Hangouts or whatever, Big Blue Button, or I'm not sure what your city likes to use. You could use some kind of asynchronous solution where you let people improve on the concepts, on the proposals. But I think here we'll be talking mostly about voting, which is an interesting process. And voting is actually split into a few different phases. If you really dig deep into the definition, we're talking about a few different things here. So we're talking about elicitation, which is that is the question that we ask people, the ballot that they fill out. And then secondly, there's consideration, which is like the information that people are considering in front of them. Like what is on the ballot, what are the descriptions that you write out, what is the extra information you give, what are the landing pages, etc. And then there's aggregation, like given that you ask people a certain question, there's many ways sometimes to combine that information to arrive at a certain outcome. So for example, you could think that if you just ask people to check their favorite project, there's only one way to arrive at a solution, but there's actually multiple algorithms that could let you arrive at what would then actually be the projects that you prefer. We'll split those out a little bit. I'm going to ignore consideration for now because that speaks probably for itself, like what information you put on the ballot is of course affects how people judge projects. Like, do you put images there or not, for example? Our platform has been in use since 2012. And allows you to organize these processes, the voting part of it, digitally, but also allows you to enter paper ballots into the system. It's currently used in a number of different cities, for example, Chicago, Cambridge, Vallejo. We've partnered over the years probably with about 50, 70 different districts, wards, cities, depending on how you define them exactly. With local governments and help them distribute over about $100 million across these different places. Our goal really is to make it easier for these cities to organize it. The software that we made is open source and is available on GitHub. They can install it themselves and run it on their server. But we also made a version of that available on our own server so that they just send me an email, I spin up a ballot for them, and they can just run with it. We're trying to make it as easy as possible so that cities at least don't have the excuse like the voting is too complicated if they want to run a process like this. If you want to play around with it, feel free to do so. pbstanford.org has a number of sample ballots that is just live where you can just play with it and just see what are the different voting methods that are available, what are the different interfaces, at least on the user-facing side. I will also take a few minutes to just show you at least a few of the different voting methods and what their screenshots look like. On the platform, the city basically gets to determine what goes on the ballot and what the ballot actually looks like. So the city, for example, gets to determine what the voting method is, what languages they want the ballot to be available in. They can add all the translations. They can decide how they want to authenticate voters and make sure that they are actually eligible to vote. They can register voters to the level of detail that they want. Some cities prefer to have a very thorough way to authenticate after the fact, like, oh, we only want people who live in certain streets or certain addresses, and we want to be able to check that. Other cities, they put more value on making it really easy for people to participate. So sometimes cities don't actually know who lives in their city, so then the only way to do is basically some very basic authentication, or they just use text messages to make sure at least one phone, one vote, which limits it to some extent the abuse. Oh. And then they can set some different constraints for the ballot. And they can determine, like, of course, like what the project text is, etc. From the perspective of the voter, the process is fairly straightforward. So they arrive at the landing page. They have to authenticate in some way that the city determines how. They have then a primary ballot that they fill out. Sometimes they have a secondary ballot, which is for research purposes. If the city allows us to do so, we can ask the same question, the same projects, the same everything, but just with a different voting method, which helps us understand better how these different voting methods compare and how people fill out the same ballot with a different question. I'll show you later how we use that information over the years. And then finally, there's a demographic survey where the answers are totally separate from the actual ballot. So that those are not, so that the city cannot figure out like who voted exactly for what. So the city, when they want to set up a ballot, they have to make a few of these decisions. They have to figure out in advance like what languages do we want to provide for how to authenticate, etc. We briefly discussed that before. So the platform is really configurable in many different ways, and that allows the city to run it in the way that they see fit in their specific community. I'll go now into a little bit more of the voting methods. So participatory budgeting generalizes to a category of problems that has a natural structure that we can use. We can, for example, define a problem where we have a fixed overall budget that we can spend, and a set of proposals which are predefined, with everything has a certain cost to it. And every resident will have a certain utility, a certain value for every project, right? Like some people will appreciate the fact that there is a playground that is being improved, and some people say, well, children are out of the house, I don't really have a value for that. So people will have different values for different projects. And the question is now, given all these projects, like which of these projects would you prefer to be selected? And how do we then aggregate those votes together? You could, of course, achieve this in different ways. You could ask people what are your favorite projects. You could ask people to rank the projects. You could ask people to do something else. There's a few basic methods that are usually being used, and these are at least the methods that are being supported on our platform. So the most straightforward one is approval voting, where we ask people, choose your 3, your 5 favorite projects. We don't ask you to distinguish between them, just choose your favorite projects. This is called K approval. Then there is ranking. We could, of course, ask people to rank all the projects. We learned very quickly that is a lot of work, and it's a lot of mental load for people. And people actually are quite annoyed by it if they have to rank all the projects they really don't care about. So what we actually did is we simplified it a little bit for people. So we first asked them to choose their top K, like for example, their top 5 projects. Just choose the 5 best projects. And then we ask them to rank those. So that they can distinguish between the projects they actually care about, but they don't have to worry about all the down ballot projects. Then there is knapsack voting. I'll explain a little bit more in what that means, but that it basically takes into consideration the cost of every project. And finally, there's K-token voting, where you distribute tokens over different projects. So in K-approval voting, where we just ask people choose K projects, it's really hard to consider trade-offs between projects, right? Like you can have this one project that costs like $500,000 and this other project that costs $10,000, and like how do you choose these? So naturally, intuitively, you might maybe think like me, that people would naturally choose the more expensive projects because they feel that their influence is bigger if they choose those. It gives you some odd incentives, and it's not really strategy proof. And aggregation, even though it may seem straightforward, it's not always straightforward, because how do you treat the fact that if there's, for example, 100 people that prefer a project of $500,000 and there's 100 people that prefer 2 projects of $250,000, like which of them would you choose? But the advantage is that it's really easy to implement on paper. So on our platform, this is how we implemented it. I'm sorry, this is. It keeps slipping. Yeah, so this is how we implemented. So basically, people just keep choosing projects until they run out of tokens. Let me just try it this way.
And you can bend it.
Yeah, I think this should work. Yeah, so this is how we implemented it. And then for K approval voting or K ranking voting, we basically have this extra step. So we now want people to also rank their favorite projects. And aggregation is even less straightforward, like how do you treat different rankings with each other? But it can be a paper alternative for knapsack voting. So in rank voting, they see first the same thing as in K approval, and then in the next step, this is they were asked to rank the projects compared to each other. Knapsack voting is where people are asked to basically take a shopping cart problem. So you have, for example, if your budget is $1 million, they can choose as many projects as they want until they run out of budget. And that way there's an automatic consideration of the fact that some projects are more expensive than others. This is what is in the literature is called a knapsack problem, hence the name. It allows you to simply combine the votes and just add up the projects, and that should take care of the utility challenge altogether. Which is actually hard to do on paper because you need to give people calculators and they need to type in all these amounts. But you can imagine that on a computer this actually becomes quite trivial. You can just keep track of like how many projects people have chosen, what the budget is so far, and just tell them which projects they can still select and which they can't. Under K-token voting, which is something that is still quite experimental on our platform, you allow people, basically you see this in a lot of strategy retreats where people have these little dots that they can put on a whiteboard or they can put on little sticky notes. You can distribute those tokens over different projects. And that way you can give different weights to different projects. So you can say, I give like 3 votes to this project and 2 votes to that project and 5 votes to that project. In people's minds, that is a lot more fair because they can really give this weight. But it's not clear how that would strategize into more expensive and less expensive projects. It's also, the nice thing about it is that it's a gateway to even more complex implementations, such as quadratic voting, where your first vote for a project is much cheaper than your second vote, which is really popular in some circles, but that is something for down the line. For aggregation, our platform currently uses Greedy, which is basically that where you just add up all the votes and you just tally them, you just count. That's the simplest approach because that is also really the easiest to explain to people. It's what people expect. So you just add the votes up, you rank the projects in order of the number of votes, and then you choose the highest ranked projects. In theory, there's also some other aggregation methods that are nowadays becoming more and more popular, at least in the CS literature. For example, the method of equal shares, which allows you to be more equitable with your aggregation. So for example, that way you can consider the fact that there might be a minority in your community that has a strong preference for one specific project that is different from all the other people. So you can imagine if 51% of the people agree on a specific budget and 30% really want this other project, like why shouldn't they be able to spend some of the budget on that project if that makes them so much more happy? So I will now transition to discussing some of the research that we have done over the past years based on implementations of the PB platform. First, I will discuss how we use anonymized voting data from our platform to better understand how voting methods compare in a practical setting. And then I will discuss the budget feedback exercise in Austin if we have some time for that. to better understand what insights we can get from aggregating this data through clustering. So as you may recall, this was the process from the point of view from a voter, where people, they land on the landing page, they authenticate, then they have this primary ballot, and sometimes they have the secondary ballot, which is now really important for the next part. So they see 2 different ballots on the same projects, the same election. And we have these 3 different voting methods which are the most popular in our platform. K-approval, K-ranking, and knapsack. So we put together a data set of anonymized voting data where we have 124 elections, about 125,000 votes. We have about 1,500 projects, and for each of these combinations, and for each vote, we have the voter, the project, and the allocated budget. We have mostly approval ballots here, and also a number of knapsack and ranking ballots. If you add those up, you'll see that they're more than 124, because we also have, for 38 of these elections, we also have a secondary ballot available. So that means that the same people voted on 2 different ballots, if they wanted to. And why is this interesting? Because this unique data set really allows us to get a good understanding of the preference distribution per election, but it also helps us really understand what the completion time looks like for different voting methods, how much effort people have to spend to go through it. But it also gives us some vote pairs where people have the same opinion in different elicitation methods. And this allows us to get some correlation of the completion time and the abandonment rate with the ballot designs. If you make a ballot more complex, do people actually spend more time? And we can see what the effect of explicit and implicit constraints on your ballot is on how people actually behave. So for this, the building blocks are that for each election, we know the median time that people spend on their ballot. We know their abandonment rate, like how many people started the ballot but never completed it. Which allows us to look at this correlation between the ballot design and how much time people spent on the ballot. The second is we have these ballot pairs from the same voter in the same election, which allows us to compare their primary and their secondary voting method. We have also a lot of long K-ranking votes, which allows us to deduce if they would have voted with approval voting or with knapsack voting, what would their ballot have looked like? So you can imagine if we have a long ranking of like, I prefer this project than this one, than this one, than this one, you could basically go down the line and you say like, well, if you only were allowed to choose 2 projects, which 2 would that be? Well, that would be the first 2 projects. But if you would be able to spend $500,000, which projects would you have chosen? And you just go down the list, you choose projects until they run out of budget. It's not entirely foolproof because people may have more complex considerations, but if you assume independence, that should work out. And finally, there's a randomized controlled trial between different voting methods when 2 different voting methods are selected for a secondary ballot. I won't bore you with all the analyses and all the data, but based on these information, there's a few conclusions that we think we can draw based on this. So first of all, if we infer knapsack votes from long K-ranking ballots, so if people are asked to rank a lot of different projects, that is a valid approximation. Now, I can see your faces glaze over a little bit. This is actually helpful because knapsack, as you may remember, is really hard to do on paper. But ranking is something we do know how to do that on paper. So if we ask people, if we want to do knapsack, and we want to also offer a paper ballot, then we can actually ask people to rank the top 5 or the top 7 or the top 8 of projects, and then we can do the math for them. And we have shown that you can actually use that as a valid approximation. So this is really helpful if we want to offer a paper ballot for knapsack voting. This was already claimed previously, but now we show that it's actually possible. The second conclusion that we were able to draw is that voters tend to select more expensive projects if they are asked to just choose 3 projects than if we give them a knapsack constraint. So if we tell them like, choose as many projects as you want, as long as you stay under a certain limit. So the average cost of projects goes down under knapsack. Interestingly, this is not across the board. This is mostly true for the tail of their projects. So this is not true for the most expensive project that they choose. They still choose that most expensive project, that $500,000, but they may prefer a $100,000 project over a $200,000 project. What we also saw, which really surprised us, and we'll need more research to really validate and authenticate this, but the data indicates that there is a positive correlation between median time spent by voters and the ballot complexities, which is what we would expect, right? Like if we make a more complex ballot, people spend more time. But what we don't see is that if we make the ballots a little bit more complex, then we don't see the abandonment rate go up. So actually, people don't say, you know what, this is too complicated for me, never mind. We see that people, once they commit to participating in a process like this, people are actually really interested to keep going. Of course, it's with lots of buts and ifs. We only make it a little bit more complicated. There's only a very small turnout, so maybe these are the most motivated people in the first place. So if you would do this for a full population, it may not work the same way. But this was a really interesting finding. And finally, what we do see is that knapsack voting, for example, does correlate with a higher median time and a higher abandonment rate, but the causality is really not conclusive. So it might be because cities that, for example, are willing to use knapsack are also more inclusive in their recruitment methods. Something like that might be playing under the hood. So it's really unclear what is causing this. So for next steps, there's a whole lot of things to do, but one of the things that is really happening in literature is this greedy aggregation versus method of equal shares. Like, how can we make a process like this more inclusive in its outcomes? How can we make this more equitable? And of course, we want to collect more data over time so that we can test all these other hypotheses. Let me see. I can talk a little bit more about the budgeting process we did in Austin, or I can take some questions. What would you prefer?
How long is this?
I can spend as much or as little time as we want.
Leave some time for questions.
You want some questions?
So, I mean, do that, but just leave some time.
Oh yeah, I will. Okay, I'll just try to do it briefly then. Yeah.
How do you propose we approach our local city government and convince them to try this out as an experiment or to support this? Like, what should we do, basically?
Yeah, that is a question that is a little bit beyond the scope of because I usually only get involved when they're already convinced, which is really the best position to be in. But my suggestion, I mean, my opinion is as good as anyone else in this room on that matter, is what I'm trying to say.
Talk to me about it afterwards.
But what I would suggest is ask that question before they get elected. That is probably a good start, but also let a lot of people ask the same question and try to show them some examples of what works.
Yeah, great presentation. So I'm curious, a lot of this, especially the voting mechanisms that you mentioned, have to do with ranking things in relation to money, right? Which is valid and makes sense from a budget standpoint, which is the topic of this conversation. I'm curious though, are you all looking at, or do you have thoughts whether this sort of platform can apply to even more expansive thinking? Like, for example, so let me give an example. I'm thinking about how certain, like for example, COVID, right? You know, the response to COVID, the money kind of appeared very quickly. Or if you follow the federal government, money seems to appear for certain key objectives, you know? And I guess I'm just wondering whether this approach can be applied like earlier to say, like, what are the important considerations that we should think about before thinking about money? Is that even valid to think about? And and how would we engage citizens in that process? Like, does that question make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, this is, I spent, yeah, there's a lot of, it really depends. It's kind of a cop-out, it's kind of like a fake answer. But it really does depend on the question. It really depends on like what you're trying to figure out and how complicated it is, for example. So sometimes you can just do a survey, right? If everybody knows what you're talking about, if everybody understands the problem in like to the root, then you can just ask a survey. You can just put a survey out and just let people respond, and that would be, and if you can get a representative sample, that's a good way to get people's opinion. But there's a lot of topics where that's not obvious. And at least the budget component gives people a common reference framework. It gives people a common understanding of like, what does a lot mean? Like, well, we're talking about dollars here, and that's something that people can at least, they can put some value. And of course, a dollar is different for one person or for another, but at the same time, we're in the end, we're talking about our community dollars, which is much harder for these qualitative questions. So that is why they're a little bit less straightforward, and they're definitely a little bit harder. But one of the ways that our group is working on that is through deliberative polling, which is where you basically try to figure out what people would say about a topic if they were actually informed about it. And that is by doing a survey before you have a deliberation, then you let them deliberate about the topic in a structured way, which has a lot of buts and ifs and a lot of constraints. And then you poll them again afterwards. And then you look at the shifts in these pollings. Of course, simplified, but that is basically what you're trying to do. And that allows you to get a little bit more insight in all those complications.
Just gonna ask, I was also curious along that same line of thinking, is a platform or approach like this, has it been applied to software like open source projects in terms of, because the currency is different, it might not be, maybe it is money, but maybe it's not only money, it's like effort, time required and importance and things like that, which again, like polling is one way to do it. I'm curious though, how could this be applied to how open source projects manage or decide what to do next?
That is a great question. I think I'm trying to think through this because if you want to basically get an equivalent for dollars in an open source project, I think that is where the tricky part comes in. If you want to use these approaches of participatory budgeting one-on-one, because even though you could say time has a similar scarcity, but it's less well defined. You can measure it in hours, but at the same time, in an open source project, theoretically, the amount of time the amount of developer time available is unlimited. Theoretically, in practice, it doesn't work that way, and I think that makes it so much more complicated. So prioritization is probably something, but then at the same time, prioritizing one direction over another is really hard because it requires you also to make an estimate of like how much time something will cost. But to some extent, you could use similar approaches as knapsack voting, for example, in time management, but it will require you to make a lot of assumptions.
There are many projects for voting and open source software scheduling. Josh Berkus has written one, and you can find him at KubeCon, I think.
I became interested in this after reading James Fishkin's book, Democracy When People Are Thinking. And in that book, there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on how the deliberation happens before the voting happens. How does the mechanism you're advocating here support the actual deliberation process?
It does not.
That's short.
Yeah. No, it's like, so the platform that we have, PB Stanford, is only for the voting phase. We're not claiming to do anything else. In participatory budgeting in general, like the whole process from start to finish, that has a lot of deliberation in it. So that is where you bring people together in this town hall, where people come up with proposals. They have to work together for that. Then they work together to improve the project quality. But that all happens before they get to the ballot.
So this is not like elections in LA where they just mail you a ballot. There is deliberation before you do
Yeah, so in participatory budgeting, in most cities, again, there's a lot of different definitions out there. So there might be cities out there that don't do this. But in general, like participatory budgeting will have often deliberative phases built into it because they really find it important that people connect with each other. They build coalitions. They try to figure out how you can engage more people in it. And I think that is also where a lot of the benefit comes from, a lot of the trust building. It's not necessarily from the voting itself. But then after that, it's also really important that it gets executed, which is also not always that easy. I mean, that it gets evaluated and reported back. So it's really a big pipeline that really needs to be executed front to finish, and we only provide a very small part of it, but typically a part that cities find challenging to do themselves.
It's maybe an out there question and somewhat related to this one, but is any of this sort of effort towards, producing these different voting methodologies, are they also being measured simultaneously in terms of the beneficiary spread of, success in an outcome?
So you mean who benefits from the outcome?
Exactly.
So,
I guess I just put that in there, and I'm sure it's already in your mind, and that is, there's always, it depends on where, but generally, it's always those with more leisure time, those with more money, those with, other sort of features that, motivate them more or enable them more.
Yeah, so that really depends on how the city organizes it. Usually I'm not involved in the recruitment of the participants, but it really depends. What I've seen I've seen this from the sidelines a little bit, and I do see that in some cities, you see that there's being a lot of effort being made into recruiting people that are not your traditional voters in elections. And you can see that in language statistics, for example. You can see that in what kind of devices people are using sometimes. But especially the languages, you can see that some cities make a lot of effort into making ballots available in a lot of different languages. And in some cities, you see that also those languages actually get used. And that is when you know that these cities actually make an effort to go out there. I've heard stories from some cities that said, well, the only way that we can actually get to those people that typically don't have the time to come to these town hall meetings, at least they try to go to the bus stops and catch them when they're waiting for the bus anyway. Do you have 5 minutes to fill out this ballot with an iPad or with something? It's not perfect, but at least you get them engaged in one part of the process. To get them engaged in something that will take them several hours, that is much harder. Yeah, sorry.
Do you find, since there's money on the line, in every situation I've ever worked in where money is on the line, there are always people trying to game the system to get more money for themselves. So what type of security do you use to deal with adversarial, attacks or somebody trying to shift the budget for their own favor?
It is surprising, but I have not seen a lot of that adversarial behavior in these processes, and that is probably part of that is because it's relatively small amounts of money, and the projects on the ballot are predefined. So at least when it gets to the voting stage, all the projects are at least beneficial to the community. They're not very, very personal, right? It's not like I get $100,000. No, it's like the $100,000 goes to improvement of the playground. So that is my personal guess, but this is going a little bit into the speculation direction. What we do see is that the cities have to always make a trade-off between security, like how do you keep people from voting multiple times? And on the other end, how do we make sure, and that is where your question comes in, how do we make sure that people that are not your typical voters actually get to participate, that they don't give up before they even see the ballot because they have to give out too much personal information and they get scared because ICE might be on the doorstep next week because they give out all this information to the government. Or how do you get teenagers involved? There's a lot of cities where they lower the minimum age to 12, 13 years old. So there's always this tricky balance to strike, and a lot of cities end up with basically one phone, one vote kind of approaches where you use text messaging. So you enter your phone number and you get a text message with the code and you can log into the system with that code. It's fairly straightforward. It's probably not entirely foolproof, but it is at least something. There's one system, interestingly, so that's the part I skipped over. In Austin, we did a budget feedback survey in 2020. And 2020 was also the year where George Floyd was murdered, and it happened in the middle of that budget feedback process. And if we look at that, if we look at the number of votes that happened over there, just as a warning, this is a logarithmic scale. So you see that there's a huge bump in number of participants. And initially, our first thoughts were, well, there must be something malicious happening here. And we dived deep into the data and tried to figure out, like, what is going on here. In the end, it turned out, well, it's because George Floyd was murdered. And part of the questions on the ballot or on the survey was how much money should go to the police department. And people really cared about that at that point. So we saw a large shift in turnout, but we saw also a large shift in opinions. And that is, I think that is one of the lessons also, like even if it looks suspicious, but even if you look at like who voted, we saw that 80–90% at least was directly traceable to the region of Austin. So at least people that were somewhat local. It's not like they recruited people from all over the country. And this is with huge peaks. So I have never seen anything even close to this. And I've seen a few elections, at least on PB now. So it's usually, I mean, yeah, knock on wood, but I don't have signs that malicious behavior plays a large role.
I think we have time for one more.
I'm sorry, I had to step out for a minute, but so you guys work specifically more with kind of larger budgets, city type size budgets, right? Have you guys worked with any organizations to encourage either the use of your design or similar designs into maybe a smaller scale, like tenant unions or mutual aid organizations, to kind of encourage a smaller grassroots level participation in this type of budgeting voting system?
So while the flashy examples might be big cities, that's not where the bulk of our ballots actually are. So a lot of the ballots are either very small cities, small communities, sometimes a few hundred people. Sometimes they're NGOs that are just really caring about a specific community of people. Sometimes they're NGOs that are more like an association style. So you can definitely do the same style of thing with participatory budgeting. It's just that we see it a lot happen because most of the cost is not in providing the budget for it's only part of the cost in providing the budget to be spent. But a lot of the effort also goes into recruiting people to actually participate. And that is usually the hardest part to actually make happen.
All right, other questions? Looks like everybody wanted to ask questions before we got to your Austin example. Well, thank you very much. It was very informative.
Thank you. And if there's more information on the slide, and feel free to shoot me an email or catch me afterwards if you're interested in more.
do I just like drape this around my head? Yeah.
No, on your ear, on your ear.
Oh, in my ear.
Hook it on your ear.
Like that?
Yeah. And you want to pull it away and bend it a little. No, not twist, bend.
Like that?
No, no. Give it a little curve so it's pointing towards your, there. All right, let's try the ear, there. And now kind of, that should be good.
Yeah? Okay,
Yeah, we
awesome. Hi, hello. Okay, I think that was a good warm-up. Did some little comedy, a little sketch, and all of that was planned. I hope you guys know that. All right, well, let's get into it. So I spoke at SCaLE last year. Is there anyone who went to my talk last year about developers getting involved in public policy? Okay, awesome, because I reused some of the content from that one, so I was hoping I wouldn't be found out. So yeah, here, I will put this into slide. All right, hi, so I'm Margaret Tucker. I am a member of GitHub's policy team. And you might be asking, oh, why does GitHub have a public policy team? And one of the reasons why we have that, one of the reasons we have a public policy team is because developers are really important policy stakeholders, and their interests aren't typically represented. Oftentimes, open source is misunderstood, scapegoated, or just, laws are written in ways that can break open source. And obviously, if the many downstream dependencies of open source collaboration, making sure that people are able to collaborate and connect across, different borders, different, countries, all of those things is very important. So with this talk today, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we do policy advocacy, but the main thing I'll be doing is demoing our innovation graph, which is this website. It's really cool, and we'll get into it. That'll be the most of the talk. And we made the innovation graph as a tool to be able to demonstrate the value of developers and code collaboration to policymakers and journalists. And you guys can use it too if you want. And then I'll get into just some other options for how developers can get involved in policy. So, we've seen I would say that this year, 2024, is a really big year when it comes to tech because there's quite a few global elections. There's a lot of fervor around AI, a lot of fervor around cybersecurity, and also online safety. And open source intersects all of that. So we've seen a couple of different interesting develops. So the EU AI Act was recently passed. That was the first major AI legislation that we've seen. And it does relate to open source in some ways, and we did do a lot of work to try to keep open source out of it and focus on large models, but that is a big one. The US executive order on AI came out last year. That also has kind of put for some things. It's also called for some interesting things like data resources for openly available model weights. On the cybersecurity end, the EU Cyber Resilience Act, that was a big one. So we did a lot of advocacy efforts to try to keep open source more out of it. Are any of you familiar with the CRA? Okay, all right, well, I'll just give a brief on this one because it's gotten a lot of flack. So the EU Cyber Resilience Act was essentially kind of designed as a consumer protection bill for products on the digital market. And so basically saying if you're selling software that you should have certain cybersecurity things in check. But there was some kind of concern, and I would just say that it was challenging to get the wording right to keep open source out of that. So obviously, open source can be included in products that are sold, but if you're giving your software away for free, then you're not necessarily a vendor. So that was another one. We were kind of explaining why open source should be kind of kept out of these things, or it should be considered in a way that doesn't break it. And then the U.S. National Cybersecurity Strategy is another one. And I would say with the cybersecurity strategy, they did recognize the importance of getting the balance right of who has the responsibility when it comes to securing the software supply chain. So that was pretty cool. And then on the online safety side, as I said, so this election, and a lot of people are saying this, we'll see how much it turns out to be true, but I think the specter of the 2016 election and how Facebook played a role in that has given a lot of focus on deep fakes and also non-consensual intimate imagery. There's been some really high-profile cases. You might have heard there's a Taylor Swift one. There was a massive New Hampshire voter fraud scam using voice cloning. So kind of this not knowing what's real and all of that has come up a lot. And then with that, there is more scrutiny on open source AI. And so that does come up on GitHub because we are the largest code repository, and some of that includes AI models. Yeah, and then there's also just quite a few different online safety acts. And so anyway, a lot of policymaker interest in tech. But as you saw with the challenges of this room being the government room and not necessarily having the best tech, a lot of policymakers don't understand open source. They also don't understand the value of open source. And so when explaining, hey, don't break this, this is important, this software is used in so many important things, you use it yourself as the government, it's hard to kind of share the kind of global level of open source. And so I guess that's kind of where the innovation graph comes in, because we're GitHub, and so we have a lot of data. So obviously the dependency graph and the Octoverse was the start of this, but one of the kind of things that we've been moving towards as a policy team is supporting more research and generating more data to show just what's happening on the whole open source collaboration on GitHub. And so with that, we started off with providing bespoke data to select researchers who were interested in seeing top languages, collaboration across economies, things like that. And as we were doing that more and more, we kind of built out this process and built out the data so we could share it publicly with privacy concerns and all of those things in check. Yeah, anyway, I will get into the innovation graph, and we're just going to go on the website because the screen sharing worked out. And if you want to go on it yourself, you're welcome to. The link is there. But basically, we had a lot of information about how people are interacting and working publicly on GitHub. So this is all public. It's not enterprise. But things like Git pushes, repositories, what economies are collaborating with each other, licenses, that one's a really cool one, different topics used by developers. And so we built out this innovation graph website, and I already have it pulled out. So, yeah, okay, so this is the GitHub innovation graph. We launched this, I think, in September of 2023, so it's pretty new. I am particularly fond of this little graphic thing here, because you also can play with it, which is fun. And so we can kind of dive into it. As I showed you guys, these are the different metrics that you can use. And then within those metrics, you can go on the data. Any of these sound interesting? Call one out. What do you want to see? Pushes, repositories, developers, economies. Okay. So, the economy one is cool. Actually, maybe we'll do, economies. So economies, basically, we call it economies because there's, some different, names for things. And we use the NAICS codes for country codes. But basically, every country of people who are using, including, Antarctica, it's right here. We can see develop pushes on Antarctica. How many we got? Oh, yeah, not bad. 146 repositories. Let's see, what else do we have? We don't have too much data on Antarctica. That's probably not a good example. You know what? I'll just get into one of the more interesting examples we have. This is one of my favorites, and we actually posted a blog about this. So if you want to read about this in more detail, check that out. But one thing that we've been curious about and are kind of now that we have all this data out and people can download it, it's in a repository, all the files are there, we've been kind of curious about how global events have impacted collaboration on GitHub. And so obviously things like war, internet blackouts, major global events, how does that impact collaboration? So this one's kind of an interesting one. So we're on Ukraine. Git pushes, repositories, trying to go down to the inbound collaboration metric. licenses, topics. Ah, yes. Okay. So this is inbound collaborators over time. So this is people who are from another country, and obviously VPNs kind of make this tricky, but we have a method to hopefully that they're accurate. There's a pretty sharp change right here. What do you guys think that is? In Q1 of 2022. Anyone know what happened then? Oh yeah, there was a war. So the war started. And so this is actually pretty cool because it shows that there was kind of massive, like an influx of collaboration coming into Ukraine. And I think a lot of that, you know, it did like spike, and it did cool down a bit, but it really stayed high consistently. And so, yeah, that was pretty cool. Also, huge shout out to Poland because they've done a big chunk of that. So that was a pretty cool one. And I think that we're going to try to continue doing these like sort of insights of how things are happening on GitHub. But this one was really cool. So one other thing that I will show you guys on the languages side. Okay. It takes, I will say that the site is a bit slow. Yeah, all of this is public, and then all the data is, like, we have all structured data files available for download. So you can go, this, our repository, here I can show you guys. This is our repo for it. We have an engineer on the policy team, and he's really cool, and this is like kind of his baby, and I worked a lot on the website development of it. So yeah, so all the data's here. Do whatever you want with it. We also encourage people who do use their data for research to let us know, send us the, you know, whatever you publish, because we also have kind of a, you know, like a hall of fame sharing out what people have found. So this one, it's a little bit hard to see up here, but this is the top languages globally. And some interesting things happened within the past quarter. One of them is, where is this? I'm looking for MIT Sierra. The Rust story is crazy. That's pretty sick, right? Also, you can see JavaScript or TypeScript overtaking. So TypeScript moved up to number 4 on GitHub. I'm looking for Mulan though, because that one just appeared within the past. SCaLE, Starlark. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm talking about the right thing. Q3 2023. I hope I'm not promising something that's not correct. Huh. Wait, oh, I might be on Ukraine total. I'll just go on the... So let's go back to languages. All economies. If this doesn't work, then I'll just move on, but I thought this was correct. Huh, okay. Well, we did find this, and I don't know if it's on a different part of the site, but essentially Mulan like premiered in like the top like languages globally in the past quarter, which is pretty cool. And also the MIT Zero license appeared in the top. And I'm not seeing that here, but you gotta believe me, it is here. I think I just might have like the wrong parameters set up on this one. But anyway, so there's some really interesting things. I think the languages one is pretty cool. We've played a lot with different visualizations of the data. But the thing we're really trying to push with here is making it as self-service as possible. So journalists or maybe a staffer for a congressional team, anything like that people can just go and find out what they want to find out. You can also cross-compare, and that's pretty cool to see how countries have moved through time. The topics one is pretty cool as well. I'll show you that one. Let's see, config. It's like the topics that are used on GitHub. So like there's a topics like selection on GitHub. And this is the thing too, is like we're trying to find out like more of what people are doing on the platform, but it's kind of hard because it's like labeling's used inconsistently, like finding out what people are doing on, related to certain topics or certain fields. Like it's just, finding that is not as, as intuitive as we would like. And I really do love these. Things are very interesting. It's like, oh yeah, Rust, Next.js, that was a pretty meteoric rise. AWS, yeah. So anyway, it's pretty cool. And I'll point you to the Insight reports as well. So this is where we share different research things. So it includes both stuff like on GitHub itself, like the Octaverse, but then also different AI indexes and different things on the benefits of open source. So yeah, I think like the thing we're trying to get at with that is kind of moving towards an understanding and an assumption that open source is valuable, and then actually having the numbers to back it up. We're hoping to get more down to the state and maybe even local level, and so that's something we're pursuing. And we do have a repository where you can open issues. People have opened issues to tell us like issues with the website itself, and also share ideas and share their own research. So please like check it out. We're pretty passionate about it, and yeah, I think it's something that it's public activity on GitHub, but it also does speak to just how collaboration is working broadly. All right, so now that we've seen our lovely innovation graph, here's a question for you. How can developers get involved in public policy? Well, you can go to the GitHub Innovation Graph and find a bunch of information and share that with policymakers or write an article. But you also can work with the public sector. So there's a lot of opportunities to directly work with the public sector. And I would say that like an understanding of technology, and especially open source, is in hot demand. So for example, Audrey Tang is an open source developer and Taiwan's Minister of Digital Affairs. There are quite a few opportunities, such as like the Tech Congress and US Digital Service, where they specifically look for people with that kind of experience. But yeah, it's something that we really encourage. And ultimately, like in Europe, they fully have a pirate party. There's, developers who are in parliament. And we want to see the same thing in the US. We want to see developers not just being able to have their voices heard, but being in positions of power. And honestly, this thing, it's only going to become more significant. So just never think that you're not a stakeholder in public policy, because you definitely are. And with so many things being related to tech, it's really important to make sure that they don't break open source, are supportive of development. And honestly, I will say this, we're definitely in a time of increasing nationalism, so being able to speak to the value of international code collaboration is really important as well. Also, so one thing that we're like really passionate about at GitHub is directly explaining how policy developments would impact you. So there's a couple opportunities. These ones are active right now. So if you're interested and want to look into it, so currently the DMCA triennial review is like allowing replies. There were some really interesting submissions here. So there was one sponsored by the Authors Alliance and Library Copyright Alliance on AI and TDM for literary works and motion pictures. And so they're looking to expand that exemption. The security research exemption was just renewed. So we've done a lot of activism on that in the past, but that one is just, it was like basically renewed with no opposition, which is great. So yeah, so definitely encourage you to check out the DMCA. That's a big thing on GitHub. Obviously, we really emphasize the importance of dual use on our platform and understanding that things that like a project that may be used for security research has value and should be on the platform, even if it can also be used for malware. So we kind of try to like distinguish with those things. And then there's another one. I think the request for input ends on the 27th of March, but the NTIA is having a dual-use foundation artificial intelligence models with widely available model weights. There's a lot of discussion about openly available both model weights, training data for AI, and it's a really interesting topic of conversation. I think that open source AI is, it's kind of a source of fear for policymakers, but so it's really important to articulate the importance of it, and also why having open source versions of these massive models or approaching things in different ways would be beneficial to society as we navigate this brave new world. All right, and then also I think you're all doing this already by being at a SCaLE conference, but we really encourage people to participate in ecosystem stewardship. So if you have opinions about how open source policy should be and what we should be advocating for, there are these groups already in existence, like the Linux Foundation. Within that, like OpenSSF is a big part of our advocacy on the security side. Creative Commons, Wikimedia, Open Forum Europe, the Open Source Initiative, OSI. So there's a lot of ways that you can get involved directly where, there are coalitions already. So if you're like, oh, how do I get involved? There are ways. If you have, opinions about policy, if you want to contribute, and depending on, what organization you're working at or what, projects you're working on, that might already be happening at your company or your school. So with that, we also encourage people to be policy champions at their own organizations. So, I don't know where you all work, whatever, but, you can share policy priorities with feedback, even if you're not in legal or in policy. Like, everyone's a stakeholder. And I'll just say, I do a lot of, I've done quite a few submissions to requests for proposals on really complex like security policy topics. And I really am sitting down with a lot of engineers, hearing what they're saying, and then kind of translating that into policy speak to kind of advocate for what we want. Also, encourage open source to your organization and offer your skills for public good. There's a lot of opportunities to do that. We do have a social impact website, so there's some things that are specifically for skills-based volunteering with developers. So yeah, I guess it's kind of a speedy presentation. Here's some options for how to get in touch with us. So obviously if you want to comment on the innovation graph, you can comment on the repo there. We also have a developer policy repo that's more general. We have a Twitter, and we have a blog, and I will say I run the Twitter, so if you want to @ us, like we read everything for better or worse, so it's out there. I guess it's not Twitter anymore, it's X. We can move on. And then also just share how policy impacts you, advance causes that matter to you, volunteer, encourage others to join you. Like, I think that open source is a really cool thing, and I think that it's definitely a value to any organization, and there's so many different ways to contribute. Yeah, so I'll open this up to Q&A. I did kind of speed through that. So if you have questions about other policy developments or the innovation graph or anything about how we do policy advocacy at GitHub, I'm all yours. And thank you all for sitting down for this.
Thanks for your talk. I work in climate change, so policy is also very important for us. But there's very often a misalignment in incentives. Like, as scientists, we say, we should be doing this, and policymakers are, this costs money, we don't want to do it. So is there something that we can learn from you to be more effective, in advocating for what we should be doing, and maybe trying to align incentives between, what scientists say and what policymakers want to accomplish?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, I'll just say, if you're working in climate change, share your data on GitHub. But no, I definitely think on like the policy advocacy side, there's a couple of different approaches that we've seen work. And one of them obviously is like make that constituent case. And that's what we were kind of trying to get at with the innovation graph, is being able to get down to what's happening within your own country. And hopefully we can get down to counties and states and other kind of geographies. But I think like making that case, on like the side of open source, the economic argument is a very strong one, and so explaining the value to the economy. And then frankly, if you're within the US or other places, but especially the US, making a national security argument is another very effective thing. So explaining, I think there's a lot of concern about open source, but it's also important for, there's a lot of benefit to global collaboration that actually is counter-authoritarian, and so it's something that can be supported. I didn't include this in this presentation. It was something that happened last year, but I don't know if any of you are familiar with OFAC licenses. So anyway, OFAC is the Office of Foreign Assets and Control, and so they are like the ones that work on sanctions. And so there's, obviously, like there's different countries where you're not able to operate business, and so we pursued. There's been a couple. The main one was Iran. We pursued avenues to have limited licenses or allow people to use GitHub. So that was a big one, and it was actually kind of interesting because last year, I guess. I think it was in like this September or so, they extended those licenses, the things that we had worked out for years, for other companies. And so it was something that GitHub had done all this effort to make our services available, and then the United States recognized that having these platforms available within Iran is beneficial, both to their security interests, but also to, just pro-democracy things in general. So I think that those kinds of arguments of thinking about what their goals are and how whatever you're doing like fits within those is a big one. But honestly, I commend you on anything related to climate change. I did actually, I got into this type of work because I studied geography and I was really into open source mapping. And it was a lot of stuff on climate change and sea level rise, and I got out of it because it was really depressing. And so I definitely commend your work. Do you have any other questions?
I mean, I can just say everything we do is on GitHub. GitHub powers our everything that we do, so thanks for that. I think one of our challenges is, if we want to see the economic benefit of our work in climate change, we have to wait like 50 years.
Yeah.
But 50 years is not the time scale a politician is typically interested in thinking of.
Yeah.
So there's trillions of dollars in climate change, but they are like far in the future. So it's a little hard for us to make compelling economic arguments.
Yeah.
And national security. I'm not entirely sure what we can say about that.
Well, I'll tell you, one project I worked at was on sea level rise and defense installations. So that's a big one. So it's just like things will be, there's a lot of money placed on our coasts and, in vulnerable areas. So I think there's some arguments.
No, for sure,
yeah. Are there any other questions, comments? There's someone behind you. Oh, yeah.
Do you have maybe a sort of quick list for how you would recommend people talk to policymakers to explain how something like open source is important? Sort of a hit list for, so you're going to talk to a policymaker, here's what you need to have in your presentation or your document for giving to them.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Like, obviously, there are venues, like on like the federal side, where they have calls for proposals and anyone can submit. And so there are kind of developer groups like DEF CON and other ones that have done these submissions. And like again, like OpenSSF is a big one with that. So there are those kind of calls for proposals. With directly interacting with policymakers, like obviously, like the way we do it is like when we're kind of negotiating on legislation. But I imagine that for developers specifically trying to advocate, you have to have like an ask or something that you're going for. I definitely obviously there's things on supporting OSPOs, supporting just in general education, STEM education, things like that I could see being like a direct ask. But I would say like trying to make the case for, for example, the EU copyright directive. Are any of you familiar with that one? That one was a big one. That was in 2019. It was before I joined the team, but I've heard tale of it. And so the copyright directive originally had a proposal, and we got it out of there, but a proposal to have software scanned. So with scanning, using technical measures to detect copyright infringement, there was the proposal of like, oh, well, software can be copyrighted. Why don't we do that? But obviously that doesn't make sense because there's a lot of independent duplication with software. There's only so many ways to get to a certain answer. There's a lot of conflicts with open source and how software is developed, and so that was a big one. And we actually did mobilize developers and asked them to get in touch with us, and then we kind of routed that to policymakers. So yeah, I think there's a lot of different venues, and I don't want to say, oh, don't directly at your congressperson or whatever, but I do think that working through these venues of comment or working through different civil society organizations that have developer interests, those are those are people who have that, that's their job 24/7. And so I would definitely recommend that. Like, for example, almost every CISA, which is the, oh my gosh, Center? No, it's Information Security Administration. I don't know what the C is, but anyway, the main like kind of software security organization within the U.S., they do requests for proposals all the time, and you know who's always submitting them? OpenSSF. And you know, if you want to get involved, like that is a venue. Yeah, does that answer your question?
That's a great answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and again, like I would say on like the innovation graph side, if you want to say, hey, why don't we not block, you know, for example, like there are some considerations of blocking international collaboration, like nationalism. Oh, we're in competition with China, for example, so we don't want them to collaborate. And you can make the argument for why it's important for Chinese developers and American developers to be able to collaborate. So anyway, I guess I use the innovation graph and other venues for sure. Any other questions? Yay.
How big is your team? That was the question.
Oh man, so our team is pretty small. I'm like, I don't know if I can share this, but we're actually getting a new member on Tuesday for next week. Are any of you familiar with Felix Reda? Felix Reda? Okay, well, Felix Reda is a former MEP from the Parliament, and so he was a member of the Pirate Party, was really involved in the copyright directive. So I'm very excited. That's actually, I'm like, don't tweet about it yet, because we're going to be announcing it on Tuesday. So we have Mike Linksfair. Mike comes over from Creative Commons, and he's a really cool guy. I would definitely recommend like just looking into. He does a lot of kind of like thought leadership in general. And then we have a staff engineer who was a big part of building the website, and he does a lot of things. Or not to take more time, but are any of you familiar with YouTube DL? YouTube DL? Okay, hey, all right. So you definitely, I would encourage you to look into it. So YouTube DL was kind of a big hullabaloo because we took down a popular project based off of a DMCA request. And it was taken down a bit hastily, and after we reviewed it, we realized that there were ways that we could have kept it up that wouldn't have been violation of DMCA. And so with that, we changed our processes, and we brought on a staff engineer, and so now all of our DMCA requests are reviewed both by lawyers and engineers. So yeah, we changed our process with that. DMCA is tricky because there are, again, when we get into dual use, and YouTube DL was interesting too because it was like the YouTube rolling cipher, and sharing a method for downloading YouTube videos, like that's not an extremely controversial thing. And one of the main points of contention within YouTube DL was that there was copyrighted content in the examples they had posted on the repository. And so kind of working with, hey, this is how we can keep this up is something that we do try to do. With people, and then the same goes for malware. Like we have a very, a supportive approach to dual use when it comes to security research, but we disallow malware on our platform that's actually being used for active attack. Like there's a difference between sharing this so security researchers can study it, and then just someone who's perpetrating an attack. So there's a lot of I would say gray areas. Anyway, I'm sorry that was a bit of a tangent, but it's interesting. All right, I will, I'll say thank you, and please get in touch with our policy team. So Mike, myself, incoming Felix, engineer, and then one other policy manager. So we're pretty small, honestly.
So I was wondering, how close are you guys with Apache?
I think that I would say Mike, because he comes from a very he's a developer and he comes from that perspective. He does do more the languages side, but most of our interaction with the broader developer ecosystem is through the Linux Foundation, OSI, and things like that kind of feed in. We also work with Red Hat. They have a policy team. I haven't interacted with someone. I don't know if Apache if they have policy team. And some of these when it comes to package repositories, some of them are very minimally maintained, and so that is something as well as keeping things up. Anyway, all right. No more questions? Last chance? All right. Thank you all. Last clap.
And I'm just gonna help guide, keep our, keep us
Okay,
on track.
you know the deal, I guess.
Yeah.
This is off for questions. I just put it on.
Oh my God. Okay, thank you. I was looking to see if there's a separate mute on here, but you've got, okay, and then we've got a microphone to pass, and you all know how to speak into a microphone, not like an ice cream cone, right?
Yeah, do we have an extra hand mic?
That's right here?
This one, yes, you
Okay.
can use
Yeah,
this.
cool.
And as I say, this is typically just used for questions. But when that time arrives, we'll share it around.
Yeah, you know, we can, oh, this is really nice. Hi, everybody.
We could just stand, too.
How's that sound if you're talking to it?
I'm talking right now. Is it very loud? It's not very loud. I whisper a lot.
Yeah, we can always pass this mic around as well.
What about that one?
So that's what we'll do if we've got, the questions, Michael. so
Okay.
I guess,
Standing?
okay.
We can stand.
Oh.
No, you don't have to. You look at you, you're like, no. I forgot about your back. Sorry.
I'm rickety.
You're just going to just put the link up to SciPy, I guess. Right?
Policies and procedures are fairly popular when they've got the big, open floor over there with all the exhibition halls. Everyone's flooding over there for the freebies.
Oh, for the freebies, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what, yeah.
Where did my? All right, I'm not. Mine doesn't work.
Go ahead. Are we, looks like we're on the time frame, too. Okay. Wow, look at that. I'm just putting a slide in with the link to the. Sure.
Did I miss something? Yeah.
This could have went downhill real quick.
You walked it over and handed it to me. I just looked at my.
Yes, I agreed.
So you guys were preceded by GitHub's policies and procedures person.
Okay.
You knew that. That should have been a joint panel.
Well, yeah, we didn't know to bring them together, but yeah, that was, always looking for people. Let me shift this around so it's underneath there. Actually, I have one on top so you can hear. Okay. Well, good, let's get started, shall we? Great. Okay.
Absolutely.
Anything special? We have to 5, 4, 3, 2, clap. Okay. I'm just going to slip this around, but I'll be able to take it off if we need to. But thanks. I guess I'm going to be our moderator, but I'll say any additional parts that if I have any value to add to the conversation between the two of you. But thank you for coming, everybody, and audience at home. This panel that we've together is on the perspective, 3 different perspectives or points of view on open source program offices from our different levels of experience and background in doing this. So I'm Karsten Wade. I'm an open community architect founder, and essentially doing community management and full life cycle for open source projects as a consultancy.
I'm Stephanie Ligi. I am the head of the principal investigator for a project that is creating a open source program office in the University of California in Santa Cruz, as well as the lead on a project that is trying to get the OSPO approach throughout the UC system. So it won't be just the one campus, but we're hoping in the end to actually have all 10 campuses following kind of an OSPO. We call it the OSPO approach right now, but basically have some level of an OSPO within each campus. I'm also the executive director of the Center for Research in Open Source Software, which is also at UC Santa Cruz.
Awesome. Yes, hello, thank you all so much for having me today. This is super exciting. I'm Brittany Isenis. I am an open source strategist for this company called Fannie Mae. So what that kind of means is there's many different facets of open source program offices, and all of these gray areas in between that I actually do put a lot of attention on as much as I can, being completely distributed amongst all of these different initiatives. But it's pretty interesting, and yeah, I enjoy it quite a bit. And I'm also co-chair for 2 special interest groups at FINOS, which is the Financial Open Source Foundation. So I'm co-chair for the Open Source Readiness Group, as well as the Inner Source Special Interest Group, and also a to-do group steering committee member. Where do I have time? I just thought about that. But yeah, so that's a little bit about me.
Okay, good. And as as panel leader, I'm going to take the opportunity to say no more about myself. So that's perfect. Let's go on. Oh, wait? These slides are in the wrong order, aren't they? I thought that was the. Sorry. How do we? Are we? Oh, no, we didn't. I don't think so. Did I hide something? Yeah, it was panelists. I thought we had another slide of something that was, oh good, we're just going to leave this up while we're talking. That's right. So now we've just got our napkin to, thank you. So we have our napkin notes to shift over. Yeah, I just thought I'd join you down here because there's no reason to be standing up there. Yeah, here, grab the mic if we're going to talk. So let's see, to start off, what we wanted to do was first give a quick definition from our perspective of what an open source program office is and what it means to be an OSPO. So
Why don't you take that one?
Uh-oh, really? You sure?
So my perspective of an open source program office is very nuanced and not that's necessarily like the traditional maybe way that you would view what an open source program office does. I might as well just talk about it then, right?
Right, because I'm just going to tell you that no two are made alike, et cetera. So you might as well tell us about yours.
So I think from an open source program office, they do exist within particular different enterprises, foundations, academia, all of that. And essentially what I look at is an open source program office has subject matter experts, thank you. Subject matter experts of particular fields that focus on all of the different facets of open source. So we have open source compliance, we have open source contributions, being a good corporate citizen, trying to actually work with these communities, and also staying secure within the software that we develop while enhancing the developer experience. So that's just one of the ways that I look at an open source program office, and I think that they are mission critical to many enterprises.
I think, so I come from the academic side, and we're very new to the whole idea of open source program offices. I mean, the academics, we're really just getting, the first one was really 2020, when the Sloan Foundation started giving us, being very, very great and giving us funding to start doing this. But really a lot of the discussions started when looking at OSPOs outside of industry. And so OSPO++, which some people may have heard of, kind of started that discussion with saying, okay, this is an interesting perspective of how do you kind of become the center of excellence, or the center of gravity is how we like to put it for open source within a public, so non-industry institution. And so we became so that whole non-industry group kind of came a little bit like, oh, what's unique about how we do it versus how it works in the different industries. But also we started to recognize even within that group there were subgroups, because academia was looking at it different than the government, and government looking at it different than say NGOs and international government organizations. So so I think that was, so for me, when I look at what an OSPO is, and from my perspective, it really is talking about, from a university's perspective, is how we use open source to kind of leverage and help leverage the impact of the research that we are doing, which is kind of the important aspect of, I think, what the university OSPOs are particularly going. But at the same time, again, no one size fits all. If you've seen one OSPO, you've met one OSPO. Or if you've met one OSPO, you've met one OSPO type of thing. Because even within our group, which we're all a very tight-knit group right now, because there's only 12 of us, we are all different. And so it's really cool to see the different kind of flavors that each group is kind of doing. So, but within the UC system, a lot of it does definitely have to do with leveraging research and trying to create better, transferring that knowledge to the wider population.
I got my mic, thanks, good, okay. Yeah, and I think from a very, because my definition is always going to be very dry, right? But because it's a program office in any organization or institution is a construct that's made to sort of like a center of excellence, or a place that everybody knows that you can go to get certain things done, and will help sort of drive things forward around a technology or a concept or whatever something is, right? And so, some big organizations have had program offices in those concepts for a long time, but it hasn't reached across. And so, but sometimes what happens is when you just get the right, it's not even the right words, but just a label for something that needed to be done. And I think what's been happening is that there's been different groups for a long time that have been happening within organizations that have been doing sort of things that are like OSPOs or are the same thing as that, and then, but having a single something to reference to, just like we have a Linux to reference to, even though it's not the only free and open source operating system. It gives us an idea, it gives us one thing to talk about and to circle around. So the OSPO kind of serves that purpose in that people know they need something to help center the conversation within their organization and to be the center point for people outside the organization to contact into, and the OSPO can serve that purpose. But it doesn't have to have that name, and it's certainly going to have different forms, and I say essentially that not that no two are alike, but it really has to start with assessing what your own needs are and what you're actually trying to accomplish, and not to form fit anything.
Because I actually think we kind of going on to what we were thinking about the next discussion was that actually what Karsten was just saying is that this idea of like there are different organizations, and please, I mean, when I look at it when I look at the educational side and the university side, there are definitely offices and institutions within universities and entities within universities that are doing things that I would be like, as the academic OSPO, I'd be like, oh, that seems like what we're doing, but it's not 100%. And I think that's funny because how we came to being an OSPO, we were the Center for Research in Open Source Software, but we weren't an OSPO, we were a research center within the engineering department, and we're promoting open source software, or we're promoting open source communities around software that's being, or around research that's being developed within the UCSC, particularly within Baskin Engineering, where our department is. But we started doing stuff because open source is cool and fun, and we started like meeting everybody at all the conferences because we had open source in our name. So we started talking to people and realized, oh, there's all this other stuff we can do, and we realized, oh, but this doesn't really fit in a research center. So we started doing like mentorship programs and working with GSOC and all this stuff. And that didn't fit. So that's when we started to realize that, oh, maybe we need to start looking at an open source approach as well, or open source program office as where we're going. So I like that point that you made about like they're not always called OSPOs within universities, but there are a lot of different aspects, and I think all other institutions have that as well.
And what's interesting is our open source program office is way different than that, and why it was formed. So at Fannie Mae, it's a financial institution. And so with that being said, there is a lot of governance that needs to happen around all software development, your complete software design lifecycle, right? And so we all know that essentially 90% of all applications that we use, everything that we develop, is essentially built on open source libraries. And so with that, we need to make sure that there is a level, it's not the most fun, but I'm going to say a very high level of governance and regulation into the development that we are doing. And we also need to be very, very thorough and strategic into what we do build in our applications, because the rise of vulnerabilities. So one of the big focuses that our OSPO looks at are securities, like cybersecurity, risk, and all of these things. And that's kind of right now where the OSPO is. We love and we do encourage community, and we work within the open and work within our foundations and all of that. But it does boil down to actually making sure that the software that we are designing that is for people's lives is secure and risk and stable. So it's not like the research part, right? So it's more of like the regulation and like understanding all of the compliance, which it could sound a little boring, but it actually isn't. It's pretty interesting.
And Sophie, I wanted to ask you a follow-up question in terms of recognizing that you wanted to be an OSPO and what that meant within that. Tell us a little bit about the Sloan Foundation's grants that they kicked off, and that cohort of other OSPOs. And because one of the aspects that I had when meeting all of the other leaders of those OSPOs was to see how, again, it was something that came up from within. There was a connection. Somebody was in the library, somebody was in another department. There was custom built within there, but there was some commonalities and some differences, and then all of you acting as a or meta community around that.
Well, it's kind of because we were, well, first off, it's a really great group, and like I said, what's nice is that we're learning a lot from each other, even because we're very different, and yet we have, we see common challenges, but at the same time, our institutions are very different. And even in the network that we're trying to create within the UC system, all of the campuses have their own needs and they're unique. So it's this whole, like, just because it's in the same system, then it's different. But with regards to Sloan, I think it's kind of interesting because like I said, we were CROSS, and CROSS was started as part of, because of Ceph, the open source storage system that got created at UC Santa Cruz. So, and then the creator of that project, Sage Wild, gave us money. Thank you, Sage. And got me a job. I mean, that's why I had a job. And that started CROSS. And so we had UC Santa Cruz had a very kind of positive attitude about working in open, because we have had just a long history of the human genome browser was open sourced because of our researchers, researchers at our institution. So it was like, it was seen as a positive. So that was, I think, one of the reasons why, of all of the UCs, Santa Cruz wasn't, some people like, really, Santa Cruz? I mean, let's be honest, we're in California, not Berkeley, not UCLA. But we're like, no, because Santa Cruz had this kind of, inclination to be to open, and which was great. And so when we started, already had been CROSS, and we're kind of on the radar of folks like the people working at the Sloan Foundation who were really seeing this approach as a great way of making sure, it's kind of what I was talking about, the idea of leveraging open source communities and kind of the open source approach to helping research have high impact. And so a lot of what we do is also trying to find that research, that high impact research that isn't necessarily going to be like commercialized in the traditional sense, or where there's an IP, or are we going to patent it or whatever. It's the ones that might have a huge social impact, but aren't going to, or may just fall by the wayside if somebody doesn't step in it and kind of figure out a way of maintaining it. And that's a lot of what we're all trying to do. So Sloan was very proactive with a number of us who had a good starting point. So CROSS, was a good starting point from the UCSC side. OpenRIT, everybody who knows Stephen Jacobs knows, he's been in this for forever. I was like, I'm not going to age. I'm not going to date Stephen Jacobs, but he's been doing this for a while, and he's somebody to learn a lot from. Johns Hopkins had like a very interesting work that they've been doing. Plus, it's a well-known university, and we were the first kind of 3 that started it, and then 3 more came on. CMU, St. Louis, and Vermont. So I should know all these because I hang out with these guys a lot. And we actually joke that we tell each other stories. We actually can explain each other's OSPOs all the time. But so I think that, and we started a core group meeting and talking and being in all the panels together. And each had our own successes. We got to learn from each other. We got to, I steal stuff from Kendall from Vermont all the time, and they look at what we're doing with industry and some of our mentorship programs and are integrated into the work they're doing. So it's really nice to learn from that and not have to constantly rebuild. So we're very open about how we interact with each other. And then that success built we had yet another call for proposals from a bunch of different universities, and I think they had like 40 to 50 universities interested in starting OSPOs. And so Sloan actually then funded another 6, and then so we have this really great group of 12 now that really work together and support each other. So I mean and Sloan takes it, and again, it's the idea is like trying to create models that universities can follow, But that, so, you know, not, the whole idea of it's not, you know, that's no one size fits all. So having a lot of different models helps different universities figure out how they can create one, so.
And it seemed to be that it was intentional on the part of the Sloan's team that does that to put you all together and have you act as a community, and because that's something that arises naturally, or if you put a little bit of something interesting out here and get everybody to kind of form to it, a little shining something for all the crows to rush over to, then
yeah, the money didn't hurt.
Yeah,
So.
of course not. Well, and making it a
Funding
requirement,
really
right?
helps
Yeah.
because it's really hard to get. But now that funding, I mean, there's only so much funding that that they have. It's really notable now that we have the 12 and that they put the. I think what happened, especially when the large call came out, and this was very smart of them, when the larger call came out, people started thinking about it and starting to see the successes from the other universities. And so, yeah, okay, great. If you had a certain ones, the very innovative projects were the ones that got the funding. But at the same time, a lot of the universities that didn't get it are still going, okay, how do we do this? So it's not like, oh, we're not, you know, we're going to move on from it. It's more like, oh, we're seeing it being much more becoming the norm. Slowly becoming more of a norm within university systems to have an OSPO or something like that. Another interesting thing is that you're actually seeing it from the top down. The Helios, which is the higher education in open.
Yeah.
Helios.
Yeah.
Higher education leadership in open scholarship. Thank you. I should remember these. So those are presidents, chancellors levels that are also having a lot of the same discussions, looking at these policies. And so they're not specifically about OSPOs, but a lot of it's trickling down in a positive way to kind of the bottom-up OSPO approach.
And there's another aspect of that too, which is the NSF grant funding sources. Yeah. So there's in particular the NSF started the POSE grants, the Pathways to Open Source Ecosystems, around building ecosystems around an open source project. But broadly, the NSF is beginning to apply the open requirement to research. These are federal dollars, U.S. dollars. They need to be, not just public domain, but open source, open research, open data, open scholarship. Excuse me, all of those aspects. And so that's the other springboard. Like every institution that does research, R1, R2, the various level, anybody who's getting NSF dollars is going to be needing to have some concept to think about. And this gets also to the supply chain, because I know that supply chain is much more than security. It's much more, I mean, it's about bug fixes, it's about getting people's opinions. And go ahead and.
Yeah, but I was going to say it's the supply chain, but is it though more than security? I mean, we have to look at inventory management. This is the fun stuff, right? Inventory management, woo! But we have to look at all of those different facets too, and I feel like just the supply chain alone and just knowing where your things live is one facet of it.
Well,
but that does kind of fall in line with security, because think about it. If I were to go ahead and, let's say, whatever company that you work for, whatever group that you work for, open up any of your projects right now, let's say all of a sudden you get a 0-day vulnerability. Are you going to know exactly where it is? Probably not. Right? You can analyze your supply chain if you're fortunate enough to have that inside of your project itself. If you're able to actually analyze and know where you're looking at, okay, well, that I found it. Well, what do I remediate it with, right? So and that's kind of going back into
Well, we also you can think of questions of sustainability. Anytime an organization wants to deal with sustainability, that's a kind of supply chain discussion. Anytime you want to be able to carry an idea or a concept or a complaint or anything, file a bug, that comes into the same kind of dynamics of being able to reach through and who are your intermediaries and all those pieces in the way.
Absolutely. And then, going back to what you were talking about in regard to, being able to spin up all of these different projects within the university circle, and then you're able to leverage all those particular patterns, so therefore your groups can be successful and you have that widespread reach. So something that we're doing, opposite side, you're open sourcing these wonderful projects, you're building community around it, and that's awesome. Right, that's the goal. So, but from a financial regulatory side of house, what we were able to do is release a project called the Clean Dependency Project, which was a huge momentous thing from a highly regulated bank to release an open source project, with the goal in being the common shared interest of finding these patches for these very common perceived vulnerabilities that the maintainers don't necessarily think that they are, but they're affecting thousands of assets within within any particular space, any particular project. So therefore, you can roll out a patch. So that's kind of what the research that we did to be able to do that. And now it's an open source project. We patched a Python pickle. Pandas pickle Python patch. I just like saying it. I'm sorry, I just like saying it. And we patched these 2 significant patches in Snake YAML that are released in the open that anybody can consume, which you would think from an industry like, no, this is ours, we're not telling you. No, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. And so then we were able to release that. And so many companies right now are leveraging these 3 simple patches to remediate thousands of vulnerabilities, and that's what we were able to do from that regulated side. So it's different, but yet very similar, and building that community.
And I'm curious about what else you're finding in terms of the. I know you're involved in the FinOps community.
Yes.
And the dynamic of all of the whole financial technology sector.
Yes.
Are there, without naming names, of course, anything, are there many other OSPOs coming up? Are these things that people are really, is that a way people are solving problems there, or are they, how are they doing it?
Absolutely. There's a lot of open source program offices or different sort of namings, like people that are well versed in open source that are coming up in financial industries, because as mentioned before, there are a lot of common problems. At the end of the day, we need to keep all of this privacy information, your money, and all of these things secure, right? That's what it boils down to. It is what it is. But so you're seeing people that didn't know what they were leveraging. You have these old institutions that have been around for, over 100 years, starting to get caught up to speed, and so therefore the subject matter experts when it comes to governance, regulation, and all these things within open source, as well being passionate about open source. You can't just come in and just be like, this is, compliance boring person. You need to actually be passionate, because the community and these projects is what sustains your business. And so we're finding more and more folks like that that are coming together and just working on these things, as well as, in their own job opportunities and things like that.
Exactly. One of the aspects that I find, and I can think of one nonprofit organization that I was working with that had, that one of the more difficult aspects that they were dealing with from their internal group that was doing OSPO-like and community-facing work, and then trying to integrate and work with external contributor communities, is the dynamic of where, what I refer to as the human API, where the individual people, like you end up taking on, there's all this overhead to get things done within your organization, and you basically take all that ownership within that team to do all of that overhead, and then anytime a community collaboration wants to come in from over here, it has to come up against those processes, and you're always trying to bend the, I forget the name of the marketing communication theory problem, but this dynamic of where when you create a product or you create an open source project at the beginning, the communication patterns match the internal patterns of the organization that created what was there. And so there's these sort of learning things that keep coming up over and over again. So what I've just been noticing a lot is that it can have a big human toll and have that human requirement, and that there's one of the biggest successes, biggest ways to make success, I think, seems to work, and there are people here who could give their opinion on this or not, but as much as you can push your work outside of the work that you have to do to collaborate with people in the dynamics, like you see uses of things like Google Docs a lot now, which although it's not an open source tool, it's open and accessible to people outside of your walls that you can all share and do a thing with, right? And that used to be the way we did things back in the old days but the old days meaning, because there wasn't that thing, so we would use some other techniques or some IRC direct messaging or these ways to share files, but it wasn't necessarily like this, this as smooth and simple as things are. But yeah, you ready to take one on?
I just had to make a comment about the Google Docs, unless you work in a bank.
Right.
Like, 1 minute. Yeah, that's too funny. Yes.
Right. Yeah. And
2 laptops.
Right, and that's so the human, that's a very literal, translation layer. Like your job is to do those different layers in between things. And even when you have those accesses, I found all the time I would use my external personal Gmail account for things because it could do stuff that I couldn't with my corporate Gmail account, even though it was technically, which you may run into that too.
I wouldn't mix the two.
No.
No.
No,
Keep that, I wouldn't mix them. That's just my opinion, though.
That's actually the true origin of my nickname Quaid, and is that it's K Wade pronounced out loud Quaid. But when I look on a command line and I see K Wade, KWADE, I know that's my corporate account somewhere. And when I see QUAID, I know that I'm in open source community space. And so I always use one versus the other. So that's a tip to everybody why we use nicknames. Go on. So what is our next? What next question did we get through?
Yeah, I think it would be, something to think about as we move through here. So we're kind of going into, so we have 3 different levels of experience in what we do, right? You can obviously tell we all have 3 different perspectives on open source program office, but what it boils down to is we do have the similar passions and veins and what we want to do and achieve. It's not just about the almighty, whatever. It's something that we believe in. And so I think one good thing would be really interesting to talk about is why we chose to get involved in the foundations that we did, and those certain levels of importance and how they impact each one of our particular prospective industries.
Right.
Oh, I got the mic. I like to share things. So, I've gotten really heavily involved in financial open source, right? This is where I spend a bulk of my time. It's a great community. You are leveraging so many different people that are finding similar patterns in the work that they're doing, and we are trying to problem solve within our prospective spaces, which is absolutely fantastic. And so we're talking about, not all places are called OSPOs and all of these things. There's the Open Source Readiness Group is a fantastic space where we actually create together bodies of knowledge that help make development easier and regulation and compliance easier in these prospective spaces. And so that's one of the biggest things that I find to be really, really interesting, because at the end of the day, I want things to be easy, right? It's never going to be easy, but if we work together in this particular way, we can make commonality of these patterns, right, flow together. And then also, I love inner source too. And so inner source, if you work in a regulated industry, what's one of the ways that you can develop openly and honestly behind your company's firewall is inner source. So I spend a lot of time in the inner source commons community as well as the Finos inner source commons community too. And if you want to learn generally just about an OSPO in general and join some really cool calls, the To-Do group, Talk Openly, Develop Openly. That's a great space to get started. It really is. And everyone's really welcoming.
Add one thing about the Inner Source Commons group. It's sort of a under the radar group. Not everybody necessarily knows about. One of my favorite things about what they've done in terms of, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but in terms of creating patterns or anti-patterns or lessons to live by is groups that have been involved in Inner Source are able to anonymize their story of some horrible thing that happened to them inside of their company that they can't tell to the outside world, but if you anonymize it in such a way, little Chatham House rules kind of thing. And so you get these, because that's one of the great things about open source. It's like we can actually talk about all of the horrible shit that happens because it's right there, and we can really point to it. And when it comes to inside, and you've got that dynamic. So I just wanted to. So it's good to. Not everybody's going to be comfortable out here, and it's good to have different ways to.
Yeah, Chatham House rules is really important.
Chatham House rules is
Chatham
great.
House rules is great.
Having come from a former career where we worked with track 1.5 dialogue, where you actually had governments to governments talking with a bunch of NGOs in the room, you're all like, yeah, Chatham House rules is really good. Yeah. From us, I think, for me, I've always been in academia. Even when I was working on different issues, I was doing it from a think tank perspective, attached to an academic institution. So it was kind of natural for me to stick with this. And I came here, I came to open source knowing nothing about open source, and except for open source Intel, which is what I used to work on. So that's totally different, as I knew at the time. But I had seen what open source could do in that vein. And looking at the analysis and the type of work that I was doing, I saw how powerful open source was. And just not my whole life story, but for reasons that were really important at the time, this position came up, and I swapped universities. But what we were seeing was really, I alluded to earlier, was that a real issue within academia And I think research anywhere, but it's particularly in academia where you have PhD students working, diligently on their dissertations, and then finding jobs, and their dissertation topics kind of go over here, and all this work that they've done is not really curated or kept in any form that actually can necessarily be replicated or built upon, or that it's not going to go forward in and of itself. So the idea that a lot of academics are seeing, I think, found it, and why I find it important that we have academic OSPOs, is that idea of being able to promote those and not allow that to happen, because it's a lot of reinventing the wheel. Not just so it's not just something that's bad for us. From an intellectual perspective, but it's also like a financial loss. And this is one of the things when you were talking about NSF, the National Science Foundation, getting into it, I think a lot of that is a recognition of the fact that we are losing money if people keep having to do the same experiments over and over again because it's not being published in a place where it can be found and people can't build from it. So that's a lot of what I really feel is going on at the academic space as well.
I just want, what's a really funny thing to your journey to open source? I used to teach kids. Right? I used to be a school teacher, and I just somehow fell, and that's what's so accepting and amazing about open source software, is that it can lead you in so many different directions, right? And so there parallels, academia, but my kids were little though, but they're still cool.
Relaunch this because I put that link up for InterSource Commons as well, because I forgot about that.
Did you change it on the fly?
Yeah, but did you have to reload the slide thing? So what was the question? The foundations that I get involved. I'm not a joiner. I guess I haven't really. I really do. I've been the things I hang out with. I don't know. I only get so deep. I worked for a couple of decades for an open source software company that many people are familiar with called Red Hat, and 21 and a half years, something like that. And in that, I got a chance to just sort of help capture a lot about best practices but also hear a lot of stories from people as they were coming through the company. And that's okay. What do you got going on? Really? Good dog, good time. Really? Okay, good. Oh yeah, what's our time like? And also a chance to really speak. Thank you, 1 minute sign. And a chance to have a lot of conversations over the years with people. Constantly and regularly in a space, and what's great now that in my new position is to be able to actually turn those conversations into something that's more. Whether I turn it into somebody being a customer or a partner, or a project that I get involved in, that's what I end up doing. So I'm working with the Quai Foundation right now. It's a nonprofit and it's about personal AI, and because it's the right time to work on that thing, and they can use community management help, and it's good to do, right? But I think and of course, the opensourceway.org it's a community of practice that awakens every half decade and updates the book, and then goes back to taking care of our own things. The thing that I've been most compassionate about the last couple of years, though, has been getting, just in terms of my personal stuff, right? Like, where do I really want to spend my time on? And so, I got involved in the inclusive naming community, inclusivenaming.org, and all I do was work on words and help make sure that we get this list released and stuff. I'm not trying to lead the project. I'm not trying to. There's so many other people to do that, and there's so much. It's just, I'm a word nerd, and it's fun to do that. It's important. Yeah. And so I'm an example of someone who really spends my time. When I want to put things in, it's program something I care about more than something else. Because I also had the advantage of being on Red Hat's OSPO team for a long time, where the people like Brian Prophet was interested in, like a natural person to go off and work on the chaos community, and so it's basically Brian had it all, right? Like there wasn't, so that's an interesting dynamic that can come up when, even in a relatively small OSPO where people fraction off a little bit and stovepipe and don't cross-share information with each other, and so it has a little bit of a challenge with that. But what I wanted to say was that I've just become more passionate about getting community management people together. OSPO people are part of that. Community managers, whether you're working on a product, whether you you're supporting forums for somebody's favorite, there's product communities like all the way gaming computers or anything like that, all the way through to communities of interest and communities of practice and things. I think all this stuff's a big continuum, and this gets back around to why we suggested and came here was we were having, I met Brittany at the end of last year, and I've known Stephanie for a little while, and what I kept, like with Stephanie, and now it's with you as well, like I kept turning around, and I'd go talk to friends, and they'd be, oh yeah, I know Stephanie from this or from that, and like within a very small amount of time, you'd found yourself completely within the right places in this world, right? And seeing that happen over and over, like that's a natural thing that kind of arises as well. And so that was what I just really wanted to have a chance to, because in essence, I expect that we're going to say more of the same thing than different things with these experience levels, and but I also appreciate that we can have a lot of different range of things that we know about. So
yeah, and before I give it back to Stephanie, I just want to say thank you so much for celebrating community management. Community managers, it's a really, in my mind, a misunderstood role that I don't think gets enough credit. Right, community management and community managers, especially with an open source, have their hands in so many different things, and they should be celebrated. Yeah. And it's not just, oh, I'm here, oh, you're a maintainer of a project, cool, fist bump. No, it's not like that. And it's actually a lot of work. So I think that more people need to get, people should be normalizing it in enterprises and hiring more community managers.
Well, and I'm going to put a plug in then, because I just recently last year got involved in the CMX community, which is a community managers community, but they're more related, it's been the people who've been working on product side, but what's happened is they've convinced the people in the C-suites that they matter. They have representation at that level because they can drive metrics about how they help. But ultimately they're doing the very same stuff that we're doing fully on the open side. It's same stuff, different. It's different shifts about the things, and but they're also at the points of wanting to have the self-reflection that the open source communities have had for a while about how to take care of ourselves and track our own practices and help teach each other and so forth. So it's a great time to bring these different things that groups that thought they were different but have been calling themselves. Oh, here's another one I learned recently. I'll pass one. In HOAs, the people who are they're community managers and their job. And when I listen to this, what their life is like, I'm like, oh my God, it's just like a job. Like they have to deal with the board of directors who are volunteers, who are homeowners, who all have a lot of expertise and opinions and are in many cases retired. And they're not paid very well. They come from non-traditional backgrounds. They don't necessarily have a degree in something community management related. They're doing all of this stuff, and their job is to be the interface with all the people, to learn all this stuff, and to make sure, and and it's the same stuff, just a little bit different. And so it feels like, yeah, the celebration and getting these groups to have a greater understanding of the thing that we do, how similar it is mission of mine.
I was going to ask one question of the group, and I think then we're going to open it up for questions.
Yeah, good.
Okay. So like I said, I come from, again, non-traditional background. I worked in non-proliferation for decades and decades, and then. But part of that I worked a lot with export control. Talk about it. Hey, compliance people are awesome, by the way. So you were giving them a hard time, but compliance people are the best. And what I found really interesting when I was in that field was that compliance people work together across in the industry, even if they're in competing organizations. And that really impressed me because, having come from academia where everybody kind of like often, can be very competitive. That level of collaboration was really noted me. And now that I'm in the OSPO and the open source field, I've actually noticed that amongst OSPOs as well. Like the To-Do group has people who are from competing industry, and I think that's pretty impressive. So I kind of am trying to figure out if you guys have, if y'all have like a view on how, like, what is it about OSPOs and people that work in OSPOs that kind of make that happen, why that kind of seems to be the norm, because I have my own ideas about why that's important in an environment like this, but I can see what, especially in like the fintech, but also in in financial area, and then also what you've worked on as well. Like why does it seem like OSPO, those working in OSPOs are so intent on collaborating with one another? My short one, I think, you pass it over? I got a mic, I'm already there. I was just going to say that I think that it's not that everybody in an OSPO is a connector person. It's just like not everybody's an extrovert who gets on stage and talks, right? But it's like organizationally, we need functions that create connections and network people together. And so there's definitely a draw towards, that's sort of the feeling in my heart that I think is it's like
like the sort of thing like where, of like, I'll get up on stage and talk to people because it's important, not because it excites me or makes me comfortable or anything else like that, right? So, yeah, does that make sense? The connected person stuff, is that a good answer for what you were asking? Yeah.
I would say so. I think that that makes sense.
Yeah, so so you don't have to be a connector person, but a connector group, and then people want to be doing the job of helping connect together and make things happen.
Yeah, and I also think that, did I give compliance people a hard time? You were joking. Okay, good. I was like, no, I love compliance.
You're saying
Well,
other.
no,
I think
everybody talks about compliance.
Right, you were saying other people give them crap,
Yeah, when
and
you
we're
say
like, no,
compliance,
we're all with
people
you.
usually tune out and pop open their laptops and start looking at their phones. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. But I care about it. But no, I'd say anybody that works in an open source program office, yes, definitely, you can be introverted, you can be extroverted, you can do all of these things. But what I find, as mentioned, as I started as a school teacher, and I just kind of fell into technology, what I find to be so interesting about open source is the people that fall into it are the ones that believe in the mission, right? Understanding that software isn't going anywhere, hardware isn't going anywhere, there's all these different connections that are happening to it. There are all these people that are touching all of these different facets of everything that we run in our day-to-day lives. And at the end of the day, I think that people that work in the open, and especially in, like, let's say the traditional, like, space that governs and works within open source, they're actually passionate about it. It's not about the bottom dollar, it's not about the end of the day, it's actually just doing something that's cool. And that's what I think, and I think that's the connection point of it all.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Because it matters.
It matters. It's
Yeah.
really important. You know, there's a phone there. There's a
know.
bunch of applications on it that all run in the open. We look at this thing all the time. Slippery germ brick, you know, but it's a lot of it that runs in the open.
Well, I realize from you, in a lot, what matters to me often is that it's really important to me that people have a chance to get access to what matters to them. Like that, right? That ends up being one of my highest things that matters to me, which is sort of like meta mattering or something. But
And then academic.
Right, yeah.
You know, you have people that all across the world can learn how to code.
Yeah.
Can like make things more accessible through code, and that's in the open. And I think that there is probably, when people believe in open source, that common understanding that it does just make things a lot better. And we can just keep doing cool stuff.
Yeah. Well, so let's jump to some questions. If there's any questions from the floor, if we had any questions we wanted to seat ourselves. Let me go look.
I'll throw my hand up.
Sure. Yeah, grab them.
You're at Fannie Mae.
Yeah.
I have 31 years on Wall Street.
Okay.
And in all that time, basically, in all the institutions, forget about open source.
Mm-hmm.
And FINRA in, FINRA here, as they say, you know, you know, I watch things come and go and die. Using it is almost non-existent. And I was wondering, does Fannie Mae actually use open source software?
Yes. So the question, for those out there that didn't have the microphone, the question is, from a financial regulation industry, we've seen open source software grow, die on the table, right? And that happens a lot. It really, really does. And now I would say not only does Fannie Mae use open source software, I would say everyone uses open source software.
Well,
and you have,
through the sort of the pay vendor.
pay vendor solution.
Rather than, you know, genuinely using open source projects, compiling their own, anything like that.
Oh no, that's not even
doesn't
possible.
Exist in the world of finance at all.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that the times
We also don't do our own custom pavement blends for our driveways when we want to get our driveways done, too.
Yeah, I think, the vendor-supported solutions. Well, you look at like the vendor-supported solution, right? You think of it, so I can take this package, I can pull it in, I can develop it, it's gonna be stable. If something goes wrong, that's on them, right? That's one way I think a lot of different spaces look at it.
Well, how about this? In the state of California, we have a what do you call that? The cottage food industry law. So I can have my kitchen certified at home at 1 or 2 levels that will allow me to do all kinds of things. I can do all kinds of things that I can make and do stuff out of there. But what I can't do is anything that's going to kill people, right? So I can't put something. It can't do anything. It has to be shelf stable. and I have to be able to make it shelf stable in a way that matches, or at a certain point, if I'm going to be canning something, I'm now off in commercial kitchen space, right? So there's a line in which those regulations come in, because what we've learned in general is, yeah, you probably can make some jam at home that's going to be just fine. You're probably going to be fine, but you can't do canned meat at home. So we let you do canned jam in the cottage industry, but you can't do certain things that are more dangerous, right? And I think, and so when it comes to, like, anybody can take a recipe to make a muffin, right? But if what you want to do is you want to make enough muffins to feed all the school kids in all of the different counties across, across the whole entire Bay Area, across the LA area, then now you're in the area. Like that's what I mean about the differences of making your own versus not. Like there's a point where you're saying we're going to take on this task of making all of these muffins and become a bakery, when that may not actually be, what your role is. And if somebody does a really good job with that, and they can make it in a way that's safe, consistent, and will supply you your daily muffins.
Yeah, and I can't speak for every single financial industry out there. Who knows? Maybe there is the dinosaur that's out underneath the bowl somewhere that's just making all their own solutions and not putting them out there. But to be speculative, I would say so. I would. Yeah.
Where we could pretty much use anything we wanted. Any of the investment banks, sell side certainly, the buy side, is a little more flexible, but still not. In fact, the buy side didn't even take the sort of fear factor aspect of it. They took the factor that it was some relationship with whatever the provider was, almost always. And for that reason, you just saw, perfectly awful things happen and perfectly good things happen, because, sometimes we would build, products. I should be getting it recorded.
No, he's got insights onto this as well.
Yeah, build products that, actually could and would have, really advanced capabilities in the industry, but,
Well, Dwayne, we're going to open the floor and actually allow you to make a comment, not just a question, if you'd like to.
Asking about Fannie Mae.
Well, that's what.
Specifically just to my own sole company.
And I can't either.
Yeah, you're not good.
I can't speak. We do. Yes, you do. Absolutely. We've actually contributed 2 projects out into the open.
Do you know any others? Freddie Mac?
So I can't specifically.
Well, so wait a minute. Okay, hold on a second. So you're completely off mic right now, so I'm going to hand this to you.
Yeah. Thank y'all. Cool. Hello. So I can't speak to any other companies because I don't work for them, right? I know which companies that I work for in the financial open source group, in the FINOS Open Source Readiness Group, but I can't speak to that.
Yeah, I was just curious.
Yeah.
That I've been 3, 4, 5 years out of it. So if it's progressed, my wife is at CG Capital Group. Definitely forbidden there. So
it's interesting. Yeah. I mean, I suggest that they should come and join us at FINOS and learn more about how it's not that scary.
I guess I did have a question or comment then. Like my recommendation, if you want to dig into the space, would be to go to GitHub and search for financial service companies, because there are a surprisingly large number of them who have released software. No, I'm encouraging you to go. Yeah. Right. Right. No.
Just in the
any
just in.
Use open source software.
Yeah.
They'll use a licensed version or a vendor version.
I understand. I understand what you're saying, Mike. But my sort of summary comment to the whole thing, because clearly Brittany can't talk beyond her own company. I can't speak to it as well. But I think if you go and do look on GitHub for some of those financial services companies, you'll see which ones are using it, because you can see them active on GitHub and releasing software. I wanted to push another question to the panel, though, which was you had set up the discussion around sort of your 3 levels of experience working within open source programs offices. So I wanted to recommend starting from Carson and going to the left. Like, what is the insight looking back on your 20 years that you want to pass to the person on your right that you wish that someone had passed to you when Stephanie was at Stephanie's point in Stephanie's career?
Okay, good. Thank you. I mean, I think the two key things that come to mind, which is something that I've sort of whispered a few times, which is that it's more than just one size doesn't fit all. It's that you really need to actually look in and do the individual work. And I think like the work you're doing with UCSC, with the UCs in general, and dealing with those as individual groups, knowing that even though they all have the first 2 letters initials of their acronym are the same. The last ones are not the same. And if you know the difference between San Diego and San Francisco and Santa Cruz, you might know the schools are different. And I think the other thing is to realize that everything happens in cycles that are very similar, but they're different depending on which organization or industry or thing you are in, right? So businesses are often going kind of quarter over quarter, the business week, 5 days a week, like these different aspects are going with that. But there's also how long it takes to get an initiative within a company going from the moment you do it to you go. And like, for example, I've noticed how many friends have started doing an open source program office or something like that at a company, and it's not until 18 to 24 months in that they've got enough traction and have made enough relationships to actually start to make something happen, which can be really frustrating if you think you're going to do that from the beginning. So part of this is that all of these different groups have different timelines. As well, academia and research might be like 4 years and 8 years, but that in some cycles, but also it might be looking at having to tie into funding and grant sources and how those in timing are going. Governments have these sort of 3, 5, 10-year arcs that happen. But I definitely noticed that almost anything that's worth doing that's going to take a time and energy, and it's going to be like, let's create a whole new way of a platform or something, from the moment you scratch it on a napkin to the moment that you're like, oh, all right. You're looking around at a conference of 10,000 people doing a thing or whatever, is about 10 years. Maybe 8 years if you're really fortunate and can accelerate it. So just know that when you want to dig in on something that it's really, and that you don't have to be there at all of those steps in the way and the stuff, but you have to be thinking about where you are in those steps and be creating content material and carrying people along and knowing that there's a general arc that happens. And there's a lot of us out here who have been, so now you can think about it. Anybody you know has been in something for about 8 to 10 years, they are a very experienced person to help you have that broad view and understanding. We're finally, our industry is long enough that we can actually start to have that 5, 10, 15, and 20 years experience. So.
Oops, drop this. Oh, I guess I can do this.
You can do which one you like. We'll put this down.
Yeah, I do say, so I have not been in open source as long as Karsten, so that was a really good idea. Like, how I would take a lot of what Karsten says, for sure, but also for what we were doing having that pilot that we did was super important because it means that a lot of so what we're technically doing is what we call a pilot project. And then all of the UCs can now kind of look, so all the campuses we're working with specifically are now looking to us, and then the idea is like, oh great, you don't have to do you don't have to redo those last 2 years. We're here, we can help you move forward. And I think that's true for a lot of a lot of projects that are, people that are thinking to do open source projects, is that first, when I think back to even when we just started as Cross, which wasn't even, we didn't realize we were kind of an OSPO, was that we didn't start thinking campus-wide, let alone system-wide. But we didn't think like, oh, I need to go outside of engineering. So starting that discussion and understanding who your stakeholders are and what the landscape is really, really good to start out. And like, we're just kind of thinking about it now, which I think is we really kind of knowing what all the other open source, what everybody's doing on campus that touches open source, having a better idea of it is really important, because I think it gives you, one, it creates more of a community and more of a community of practice that you can really work with. And so that would be kind of the thing I would say and I think you already kind of talking to that with regards to the financial community, is like having that community of practice that helps you kind of do the work that you're trying to do, I think is really important.
Yeah.
You talk to the imaginary person who just took the job.
And I just want to, Stephanie's note reminded me of something that I learned from her over the last couple of years. So it reminds me that the stuff goes backwards as well. That like for a long time, when I first engaged with Cross, I treated it like it could do things across the system, and I didn't understand for the first several years that I was talking the wrong language. And I learned a lot last year when I actually got to focus in and seriously and like try to to understand. I was like, oh, I get what's understanding here. Like it's not the same kind of thing, and we have to rethink with each kind of industry to some degree how the stuff works. So thank you. See, like, no matter what, the lessons go in both directions.
So I'm the noob of the group. I've only been in open source 6 years. That's it. And so what I've learned and how I've been able to just garner as much information as I have is I listen to others. I pay attention. I threw myself into the community basically head first. I actually believe in the mission, and I I sought help when I need help, and I listen. And the biggest thing is that I listen, right? And I just take in as much as I can, and I just don't give up any sort of passion for it because I don't know. It's just cool. It's a cool job, and I like it. And so it's just that. So yeah, being the and this is it. Like I'm just like completely humbled to be in this for such a short amount of time and to sit here with these two wonderful people, and it's just awesome. So thank you.
Yeah. Hazard. Oh,
Yeah,
we're
a couple
running
minutes.
out of time. 1 minute. Literally 1 minute.
Actually, I'll let him record
Thanks.
since
Thanks.
I didn't get
I
recorded.
know. We might have hints of you.
So I'm here.
Oh, it might have died.
Is it going?
Yeah, I think it died.
Do you want to grab this one? This one's still live.
Yeah, it's a dead mic.
So I'm curious, what are the biggest security concerns that you observe in the open source space?
The
we got-
biggest
yeah, wait,
security
wait.
concerns that we're seeing in the open source space
Yeah,
right
we
now,
need to
that's,
question the mic.
yeah, that's a long discussion. That's a whole different talk. I'll see you next month at Open Source Summit. So I'd say one of the biggest security concerns that I see right now is that we cannot identify where everything is. Even with your software bills, materials, and all of that stuff, we can not only identify where everything is, now we can start pinpointing it down. What can we remediate it with, right? That's one of the biggest things that I'm seeing as a trend there. That's why we started the Clean Dependency Project, because a lot of the times these perceived vulnerabilities, the maintainer's like, no, it's not, and you're like, oh, now I got to write a wrapper for this and put a patch on it and then consume it. So that's one of the biggest ones that I can see. And then also, people just not upgrading to their specific versions when they should be, like, it's just like, honestly, just giving people, our technologists and our engineers, the time to be able to do things the right way, as opposed to just consistently shoving everything out the door to develop faster when they need to develop smarter. It's not their fault, but that's my opinion.
Okay, go.
And then one quick one from the academic side before I let Karsten have the last word, is what I was talking about, like projects that somebody did that were great, and then they graduated and moved on, and people are still using them, and nobody's maintaining them. And the fact that also in all of that, education-wise, I'm not seeing it enough in even the classes that we teach, and we actually are kind of taking it seriously. So CS, people coming out of CS or any area where they're actually going to be creating software, need to have this as part of coursework and an understanding of it, and I don't think it's there yet.
Good point.
And I think for me that what I was thinking about, and sorry to be so jumping on it, but it's just that it's the concern about nation states and the nation states' own opinions about and because the internet is an international thing, but it has a sense of like countries can try to close off borders and control dynamics that are going on there, and I think that and I'm not making up, this wasn't, I'm actually, thank you, Ava Black, for making me think about this. But the dynamic is that when people are spending, like our supply chain concern is about, somebody who's the individual who's been working on a piece of software, then that's like the dynamic is the wrong kind of dynamic, right? The reason why open source works in any ways and open source is secure is because it's the process, not the people, and that we need to be focused always on improving that process I mean, it's a fundamental value that we are able to have pseudonymity, not anonymity, but pseudonymity within open source. That if a person has any reason to mask their own identity and be pseudonymous, that they can build trust under that and be a valuable member of the work community, and for whatever reason that they're doing that, right? And that kind of thing is something that has me concerned, because I mean, nation states can also try to use software and to do things with it, and they're doing that stuff already. But it's really just that the dynamic of being able to provide actual physical threats on people, and then physically cutting off entire sections of the world from access to information and ideas and ability to do things. So.
Oh, and then poorly written code in AI.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's So that's going to bring us to the end of the session in the time. We got 1 minute done. I was going to put a link down to if you wanted to reach us, we all put our LinkedIn pages up here, which are impossible to actually read. I'm sorry. But basically, just our name can be searched on LinkedIn, and you can find us. That's the best way to get contact. And yeah, that's it. And we're going to head over to, I think we're going to head over, oh, thanks. And I had a slide up here. I was doing a slide for going over to Side Pie for dinner tonight, but we still want to go over and have dinner?
Yeah, I want pizza.
Okay, so we're going to go over to Side Pie and have pizza. If anybody wanted to come do dinner tonight, up in Altadena, we'll be trying to get there by 6:30 or so. It's about 10 minutes drive away, so thanks, everybody. 6:45. Okay, change first. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the laptop usage. Really,
No problem.
I was going to
Of
suggest
course, all my
that.
notes were on there, so I was like,
Oh.
Don't forget your water. I did, yes, now, no. Oh, wait, yes. No.
Nice to meet you, Tyler.
No,
from
it's not.